Oh, there we go. Hello, YouTube. Hello. We have a blank screen. Why do we have a blank screen? That's better. Boom. Okie dokie. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, YouTube. Welcome, our various Discords. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the workshop. Never knew there was starting music. Yeah, it's quite good. It's Talia from our server. She made that. Made it like specifically for us. It's really cool. So yeah, that's our awesome community putting in work there. Welcome everybody to the voice modification workshop by Transnetwork. That is me. Yeah, let's get into it. Fab. Okay, so workshop rules and etiquette. This is just for the people in the Discords. If you're on YouTube, don't worry about it. If you're on YouTube but you want to be in a Discord, then you should be heading over to the Transnetwork Discord. There should be a link in the video description or the live stream description. There's also a link somewhere on like the main channel page thing. It's also just below me, so you can just type it out if you really want to. Okay, so people in the Discords, simple rules. It's just a matter of being respectful of your learning environment. So that's respecting me as your host, and making sure that we're not like doing any crazy things. Like I don't want people randomly unmuting and screaming and shouting and being silly, because that's going to disrupt everybody's learning. It's going to make the learning environment no longer a learning environment. Cool. Be respectful of your fellow attendees. So I don't want anybody making crazy criticisms of each other's voices. Obviously, nobody being rude to each other. If you're concerned about something regarding moderation, leave that to me. There are a few servers here where I am not a moderator, I'm just an ordinary person. In those instances, if there is somebody causing an issue, what I usually say is just everybody mute them and we can just ignore them and they'll probably get bored and go away because they're screaming into a void. But that's only ever happened like twice in 8 months, and they're from a server that are no longer participating in these. So it should be totally fine. Cool. In terms of if somebody is looking for feedback during portions of this workshop, because we do have that, I want feedback to be actionable. So if you're saying, oh, maybe go a bit brighter, that's actionable, okay? If you just say, even, I don't want people saying like, oh, it sounds femme, it sounds masc. These aren't actionable, they're not useful. So I really, as a culture thing, I want people erring away from judging other people's voices as masculine or feminine or androgynous, because they're just not specific enough for people to really know what to do with it. If in doubt with feedback, just leave it to me. That's what I'm here for. And obviously, nobody being like mean about each other's voices, that's like an immediate no-no, obviously. Lastly, make sure we're staying on topic. So when I do have people participating in one-on-one and like allowing people to unmute, make sure you're sticking with what we're currently talking about. So I don't need to be hearing about what Lego set you just bought. I don't need to be hearing about how expensive the new Nintendo Switch 2 is. Let's just stick to voice. Cool. With regards to feedback stuff, because I mentioned it a few times, we do have a feedback section right at the end. So if you're looking for a little bit of one-on-one help with your voice, wait till the end. And there is no set end time for the workshop, so I can just get through everybody. So if you're wanting one-on-one help with your voice, you absolutely can have it. Just stick around and yeah, we'll come to that when we get to that section. But we start off with a bit of a lecture portion where I'll go through all of the different things of trans voice. There'll be areas where people get to participate and we'll do that as a group. And then yeah, one-on-one stuff is going to be right at the end. Okay. Alrighty, who am I? Who is this person that is just yelling orders at you? My name's Sarah. Hi, pleased to meet you. I run a server called Transnetwork where I teach people, and we have like a bunch of different events and stuff. It's pretty cool. If you're wanting to join Transnetwork, you can check in my, whoever it is that's hosting for you right now, if it's like Zara's12, Zara's13, 14. If you just click on their user in the profile, there's a link. And there's also a link to the live stream if that is useful to you. Yeah, so I do lessons. I've been teaching since I very first started these workshops in August last year. And I've been teaching since like October of that same year. So about 6 months teaching and about 8 months of doing these workshops. Is there anything else I need to cover there? She, her, I guess, if that comes up. Yeah. My own voice took me about 8 months to develop the voice you're hearing right now. And it took another 2 or 3 months to like establish that and habituate it into my life for doing it full time. So if you're wondering how long this process takes, that's how long it took for me. Your mileage will vary drastically. Everybody has a slightly different experience, but yeah, that gives you at least a ballpark area. Okay, so who am I not? This is really, really important. I'm not a medical professional. Nothing I'm doing right now is medical treatment. I don't even have any medical qualifications. I got an E in A-level biology. That's about the best we got here. So nothing we're ever doing is going to be anything medicine related. The closest we'll ever come is if I hear something in your voice and I'm like, this sounds a little bit like something that I'm familiar with. I might just suggest that you go speak to a doctor about it. That's not a diagnosis. It's the exact same as, say, like your mum saying, oh, honey, that sounds like a thing. You should go speak to your doctor. And then the doctor actually knows what's going on. So yeah, not a doctor, definitely not your doctor, and none of this is medical advice, and none of this is medical treatment. All we're doing is learning a skill. Compare it to like learning guitar or something. We're just learning this new thing. So yeah. Fab. Okay, any questions on that? Because that bit is quite important. Take the opportunity to have a drink. Also, going back to the workshop culture stuff, ask questions. If at any point you feel a bit lost, if I go too quick on something, or if something just doesn't quite make sense, do ask questions. Ask all the questions you can think of. The people that learn the fastest and the people that do best with this are the people that ask lots of questions. So definitely be doing that. You're helping me because anything that I miss, you're going to end up asking a question about. And so now we don't miss that thing. And you're helping everybody else that's attending because then I ask a question that they even hadn't thought of but would have needed or had been wanting to ask but just hadn't found the right way to ask. So definitely ask your questions. It's really, everybody here benefits, including yourself. So definitely ask those questions. Fab. Okay, let's talk about a little bit of voice. So firstly, a little bit about vocal hygiene. This bit's reasonably important. Excuse me. That's because I wolfed down my dinner to try and make sure I was not too late for you guys. So things that you need to be doing. I want you to stay hydrated, okay? Lots to drink. I told all of you to drink a pint of water an hour ahead of time. The reasoning for this is when you drink, you aren't directly hydrating your vocal folds, okay? Or any of your vocal tract. You have like two tubes. You've got the food hole and you've got the like air hole, essentially. The air hole is like your larynx and stuff. The food hole is your pharynx, okay? Think pharynx food, okay? Cool. So when you swallow down your pharynx, when you're swallowing water, none of that's going through your larynx, so you're not hydrating your vocal tract. If it did go down that way, you would choke, which you've probably all experienced at some point. So yeah, the adage of it going down the wrong hole, that is literally what would happen if you were to directly hydrate your vocal folds. Instead, we drink, the water goes through our digestive system, it enters the bloodstream, and then from the bloodstream, circles back and starts hydrating your larynx. But hydration is going to help you to be a bit more flexible, be a bit more movie, and it's also going to help you with mucus production. Mucus production is really important because it helps protect the vocal tract. So yeah, stay hydrated. It's really important. Cool. Keeping relaxed is really important. You want to make sure that you aren't like, how to best put this? Staying relaxed is going to be really important because it's going to help you be more flexible. Like think about if you're really like locked in and you're like, you're not going to be able to move around and do stuff with your voice. So it's going to be a lot harder for you to attain your goals when you're super locked up and really like tense. Okay? So make sure you stay nice and relaxed. It's going to help you to explore your voice better and it's going to give you better range in like everything that we're trying to do. So, excuse me. Yeah, make sure you're staying nice and relaxed. Okay, warm-ups. Warm-ups are important. We'll be going over them in more detail in a little bit. Basically, we're going to be doing what are called softies. I'll wait the softie section to know what that is. But what they do is they'll increase blood flow to the vocal tract. That blood flow brings that hydration we talked about earlier. It also helps, again, with that flexibility aspect. You're going to be much more able to move things around after doing some warm-ups. It's just like any workout you do, really. Anything where you're using muscles, if you warm up first, it's going to be a much safer and healthier environment for your muscles to then do their thing. So always warm up. Yeah. Cool. Have fun with it as well. Having fun is going to be really helpful with voice work, because what I really want you doing is just having an explore with what you can do. So really play with your voice, have some fun with it, and you're going to learn just so much faster with having fun. It'll help you stay relaxed. If you're freaking out a whole bunch, it's going to make things harder for you. So definitely have fun with it, because at the end of the day, you're going to learn so much faster if you're just having fun and having a bit of an explore. Okay, things to avoid. So we have spicy foods. Spicy foods contain a molecule called capsaicin. Capsaicin is an irritant, okay? So your vocal tract, after you've eaten capsaicin, is going to be a little bit irritated, might become a little bit inflamed, and a little bit swollen. This is why you feel like if you ever have something really spicy and then you start coughing, that's because it's an irritant, okay? That's that irritation to your vocal tract and you feeling that irritation. So spicy foods, it's not a super big deal, but avoid it right before doing any voice work. I don't care what you do throughout the day, just avoid it right before doing voice work, okay? Caffeine. Caffeine's also a very mild irritant, so same things we talked about with the capsaicin, but it's also diuretic, so you can be peeing way more. Caffeine, bit of a no-go because you're going to lose all of that hydration that we just worked so hard to achieve. So avoid caffeine right before doing voice work. Again, don't care what you do the rest of the day. It's just relevant to before voice work. Sugar. Sugar is going to dehydrate you. Same stuff as with the coffee. It's not a diuretic. It just dehydrates you. It sucks the moisture out of your cells and stops it from leaving your bloodstream as easily. So sugar, again, not right before doing voice work. All of these things so far, you'll notice, I don't care what you do throughout your day. I don't care what you do with your life. Just make sure right before voice work, you don't have a ton of sugar. So a Red Bull right now is a definite bad idea. So avoid energy drinks because that's tons of caffeine, tons of sugar, and terrible at hydrating you. Smoking and vaping. This is obviously more serious. So you all know about smoking and vaping damaging you. It literally causes cancer. It's a huge amount of irritation to your vocal tract. It's going to cause literal just damage straight up. So again, avoid smoking and vaping right before voice work. If you are a heavy smoker or vapor, consider rolling that back a bit if you can. It's not something that's the end of the world. You can still modify your voice, even if you're a smoker or a vapor. I've even heard a heavy smoker feminize her voice. However, it makes things way harder. So just have a think about it, and cut down if you can. If you can quit, amazing. It'll obviously improve your health in all sorts of ways. So yeah, I leave that to you. Dairy. Dairy is a weird one. It just promotes mucus production. I did say earlier that mucus production is really important and you really need it for protection. However, dairy, it doesn't care how much you've got. It will just have you going nuts, okay? So too much mucus production can have you coughing a lot. It can be annoying. Those coughs can cause irritation. So don't have a whole bunch of dairy right before doing voice work. Again, this is probably the least important on the list. I really don't care that much. Just right before doing your voice work, a pint of milk or a tub of ice cream isn't such a good idea. Okay, strain, pain, discomfort, and tension. For these things, these are more important, okay? So the last ones, apart from smoking and vaping, I really don't care about them. So long as they're not right before you do voice work, it's just super not a big deal. These ones, they do matter, okay? So if you're experiencing some strain in your voice, you've likely got some muscle that's tensing up and doesn't need to be tensing up. Remember earlier I said you need to be keeping relaxed. It's going to make it harder for you to achieve the voice that you're wanting to achieve. It's going to mean unnecessary extra effort in your voice. That's going to make it harder for you to sustain your voice. And depending on what it is that you're straining, you might cause some damage. Pain and discomfort. If you're feeling a sharp pain, that sharp pain is you experiencing some damage to your vocal tract. It's not the end of the world. Usually you'll just need to take a day or two for it to heal again, and you can get right back at it. But if you do experience that pain and discomfort, you should stop straight away because you did something wrong. It's never going to produce the sound you want, so never have the inclination that feeling pain or discomfort is something you should just push through, and if you keep going, you'll get your goals. It's never going to be the case of voice work. The whole thing of like no pain, no gain is the complete opposite for voice work. So pain, discomfort, always stop immediately, assess what was it you just did to cause that, and don't do it again. It's as simple as that. If you were to just push through the pain and keep doing it over and over and over again, eventually you can cause some more serious injuries. Worst case scenario, you form cysts or polyps somewhere in your vocal tract, depending on where it is that you damaged it, and those need removing surgically. So they are quite a big deal. So yeah, sharp pains, like usually in a specific area, big no-no. Stop what you're doing, review what just happened, and try not to repeat it again. And then after you've had that sharp pain, take a day or two off of just talking in general, just to let everything heal up. Once you have taken that time off and let it heal up, you're fine. And there's no issue. You can just carry on. It's not unusual that someone will feel a sharp pain at some point in their vocal journey. So I don't want you like freaking out. Most people will like stumble into it at one point. Just learn from it. Don't repeat it. And definitely don't just force your way through. Okay, that's when things become a problem. Tension, again, you've got some kind of muscle locking up. It's going to make you tired quicker. It's going to cause problems, and it's generally never going to make the sound you want it to make. Usually, if you're feeling tension somewhere, that tension is going to prevent you from getting to that fully modified voice. So even just from like your actual goal standpoint, you want to be relieving that tension because it's stopping you getting from where you want to get. Yeah, the only thing that I would say, so I mentioned pain or discomfort as a sharp pain, okay? If you're feeling general like fatigue, it kind of feels similar to like the day after you've been to the gym and your muscles are kind of like hurting, but it's a very dispersed pain. It's just like feeling a bit rough. Not a big deal. It's just some vocal fatigue. You just need to take a day or two off again, but this time it's just a rest thing. You haven't caused damage. It's just, these are muscles in here, and if you've been doing a ton of voice work, they might need a little break. So that's all there is to that. Any questions about vocal health stuff? Because this is reasonably important. Super cold things are something to avoid as well. We've had those warm-ups, obviously. If you have something super cold, you just cooled everything down again. So you've made your warm-up completely pointless. So again, ice cream, not a great idea right now. Iced water, less of a good idea. Just have like normal water. A warm tea can be a good idea. Again, it helps you with that warming up situation. Yeah. I see typing. We'll wait for that question. By the way, while I've got you all, we are currently doing a giveaway over at Trans Network on the YouTube. So everybody that is participating in the YouTube chat, by being there and participating, you'll be passively earning points. Those points on May the 28th, the last Wednesday of May, we'll be doing a big stream where you'll be able to cash out all those points. Every 100 points is one ticket in the raffle, and that raffle you can earn, or you can win, one person will win, 6 free private lessons with me. So that's £120 that's worth. So yeah, if you're wanting a package of 6 free private lessons, then head over to the YouTube and just take part in chat and you'll slowly earn points. If you type !points, you can see how many you've got right now. Okie dokie, regarding swelling pain, is that supposed to be brought to sharp pain or the dispersed one? Swelling pain, I would expect more of a sharp pain thing. It depends on what exactly you're meaning. Since it kind of is fatigue, but doesn't really feel like that. So, like, tell me what the experience is. Or of it being hoarse, the pain that comes with it, what you mean? Okay, so if it's from like that hoarse sound, I would expect it to be a bit of both. So you've got a bit of a sharp pain, and also it is quite fatiguing because it's a very inefficient way of using your voice. So I'm kind of expecting a bit of both with that. Okay. Oh no, we haven't got a heist thing. I decided to ditch that because it wasn't really what we wanted. We are working on a raffle thing. Oh, that might be working now. If I type into chat, YouTube chat, raffle 100, you should now be able to join that and actually be able to win. So there you go. Okie dokie. So let's keep going. All right. How does the voice actually function? Okay. And we'll take this into understanding what you then need to do with your voice as masculinization occurs and testosterone occurs. So, or the lack thereof. Okie dokie. So, your voice, I want you to imagine it as like an engine. Okay. So we have our fuel. Okay. That's going to be the air coming up from your lungs. That's fine. Air coming up through your lungs. Okay, that's going to be the fuel. All right. Now, as that fuel continues up to up into your larynx. Okay, that's a big box of cartilage. Some people call it the voice box. Inside of there is your vocal folds. Okay, or vocal cords. Some people call it. Folds is a little bit more accurate. Yeah, so they're opening and closing really quickly. You can kind of see in that GIF there, opening and closing really quickly, okay? As that air passes through and intersects with vocal folds, it causes the air to vibrate a whole bunch, which we then perceive as sound. So now that air has sound to it, okay? We call that the source because it's the source of sound, okay? So now your air's vibrating and you're hearing it, okay? But no sound exists in a vacuum, okay? It exists in space. So we have the larynx itself, which is a chamber that it's bouncing around in. We have the pharynx as it continues up into your mouth, where again, things are bouncing around. It continues up into your mouth and into your nose. It's bouncing around from your nose. Some of it will come out, some of it will bounce back again into your mouth. And eventually exits through your lips, where finally it's projected as your voice. So all of that bouncing around, okay, it's resonating through your vocal tract and taking on the shape of that vocal tract. So that's how we turn like a single tone into words, into vowels, into all the different things that we do as human communication. Okay? So everything that isn't just raw sound, like even that is taking on the shape of my vocal tract. I can't provide you with raw sound because I can't have my vocal folds existing not inside of me. But think of like a synth, okay? That's going to produce just that raw sound. Only really computers can do it. So yeah, you have that, and then for it not to just be a raw sound, it then takes on the shape of your vocal tract, which you manipulate in all sorts of ways with like your tongue, with your soft palate, with all sorts of different things so that you can intentionally make them into specific sounds and words and stuff. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody in terms of like how this actually functions and how your voice works? Oh, sick. Iris, well done. Congratulations. And again, that is exclamation mark points if you want to see your current points. Cool, I have a raffle figured out. Sec. Okie dokie, no questions. That must have been a super clear explanation. Fab, all right. So, what is happening that affects us? Why does our voice have a gendering? Okay, the main reason is testosterone, or the lack thereof. Okay, estrogen has no impact on your vocal tract. It's only testosterone that does. And the changes that testosterone makes are permanent changes. So HRT can never change your voice. If you're feminizing, if you're masculizing, it will irreversibly change your voice. However, or it will irreversibly change your vocal tract. But there are things we can do about that, which we'll go over later, to emulate changing those things anyway, using behavior instead of the raw structures themselves. So your vocal folds themselves are going to thicken up a bit, okay? So we have like our vocal fold, now it's thicker, okay? So there's more vocal fold coming into contact every time they close because it's a thicker vocal fold. You've got a bigger smack, okay? So those vocal folds are going to thicken, all right? That's going to add some buzziness to the sound, and it's going to start making it sound a little bit more like this, okay? So now I have those thickened vocal folds, okay? We also have a vocal fold lengthening, which is going to reduce the pitch a bit and make it sound a little bit more like this, okay? So now we have that reduced pitch, we have that buzzy sound coming in, and then the last thing is your larynx starts to descend and get bigger, okay? So that brings us over to this kind of a sound now, where you're now hearing my voice as it was before I did any modifications. This is slightly different because of the demonstration I was doing, but yeah. So yeah, that is how your voice is affected by testosterone, okay? But all of those things we can individually change, okay? Which we'll go into right now. Okay, so trans voice. First thing, we're going to be doing some softies. These are just a warm-up, okay? Softies will not change anything about your voice. All they're going to do is warm up the vocal instrument. You'll be increasing blood flow, like I said earlier, providing that hydration. Softies are good for like all sorts of things. Essentially, the idea is, excuse me, softy stands for semi-occluded vocal tract exercise. It's big words, super scary. It's not that scary, I promise you. All it means is semi-occluded means partially closed. So partially closed vocal tract, somewhere in the vocal tract there's a partial closure, and we're going to be doing an exercise, okay? The idea is essentially air, we mentioned earlier, travels up through the vocal folds where it intersects with them. What's actually happening is the air is pushing through your vocal folds, which causes those openings, okay? This is a lot of air pressure for your vocal folds to be under, all right? So what can we do about that? Hang on, my TV is trying to turn itself off. Boop. Stay on. Okay, yeah, so what can we do about this to make sure they're under less pressure? Well, if that air continues up through the vocal tract, which is what happens, if we make a partial blockage, a barrier, the air's going to hit that barrier and it's going to bounce back, okay? As it bounces back, it's going to meet the air coming up, and those two things, those two air pressures are going to meet, and the weaker one is going to cancel out some of the stronger one. The weaker one in this case is going to be the air pushing back, so we're going to have less pressure pushing up through our vocal folds, meaning they're going to be in a much lower pressure environment, they're going to be much more comfortable, and it's going to be a much safer place for our vocal folds to have a little stretch, okay? So this is what we're going to be doing. Partial blockage, stretch out the vocal folds. How do we create this partial blockage? There's tons and tons of ways, but some are better than others. What makes them better is just how much pressure they create to push back. All right? So the go-to, my favorite one, is going to be lip trills. They just sound like this. Okay, so we're just doing like imagine you're like a cartoon horse doing like a sigh. That was terrible. Okay. There we go. Cartoon horse doing a sigh. Okay. Then we just add some sound to that. And then we just move our pitch around to get things stretching out. And that's our lip trill. All right. Other things we can do is the tongue trill. We can do, like, imagine the letter V, the sound that makes. We could blow raspberries. There's loads of things we could do. There are other bubble phonations, which I don't have a straw on me, so I'm not going to be able to show you right now. But essentially the idea is you take water, okay? I'm going to take the lid off. I recommend a bottle because we are going to be splashing a lot of our water. So make sure it's got like a bit of a curve going on so you don't splash it everywhere. Don't use a glass, you will make a mess. So yeah, we'll have our bottle. We're going to take a straw, dip it into the water, okay? You want it about an inch or two down. Excuse me. Oh, you can't hit, wait, over the music. There shouldn't be any more music. Oh, you said about half an hour ago. Never mind. I'm assuming that fixed itself, Claire. Sorry, I didn't see your message. Yeah, so we'll be blowing bubbles into the water and adding sound as we do so. So imagine if the straw is in my mouth, you'll just be going like, ooh. Okay? That way, bubbles are going to be blown, and that water becomes the barrier. Okay? So this is why this is the best softy, because that water is just a total barrier, but still allows air to move through it. So it works really, really, really well. Hey guys, what's this live about? This is a trans voice workshop. So if you want to learn to feminize your voice, if you want to learn to masculize, if you want to learn to androgynize, then sit in. You're at the perfect place, and you can learn how to make a girl voice, make a dude voice, whatever it is that you want to learn. So we dip the straw into the water. The lower you go, the more pressure it's going to be under. But if you go too far low, that's going to make things a bit difficult just to do it, okay? Because it'll be too much pressure. So find a comfy depth. You want to be able to feel that the water's there, but you don't want it to be so deep that it's a problem, all right? Just have a play around. You'll find a comfy depth. So let's all do those together. You can do the bubble phonations if you have the right setup for it. You could do your lip trills. If you struggle with lip trills, you could do your
excuse me?
letter V, or you could do raspberries, whichever of those you find most easy to do. I recommend the lip trill though. I think that's the easiest one. It's also the most convenient. The one issue with bubble phonations is they're not very convenient. You need a straw with you, you need water, you're going to be making a mess pretty much no matter what. So they're the best, but they're just very, very inconvenient. Lip trills you can do whenever, and they provide, it's almost just as good. All right, if you all want to unmute, let's do a quick lip trill together.
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
I was talking to a friend for the part where you talked about sorry, very, very, very stressed for unrelated reasons.
No, it's okay. If it's easier, you can write your message in chat, whichever's easier for you to do.
Straw phonations. Is there anything specific? What are you doing with that again?
So straw.
What's the process?
In the water, blow bubbles. Or I don't have a straw on me right now, but straw in the water, blow bubbles, and then add some sound to those bubbles. Okay. So instead of just being like, you can't hear that. Let me just change my sound settings so that everybody can hear me. Voice and video. By the way, anybody that wants to join in through these workshops, you should do this too, okay? And this will be relevant to any voice lesson you ever do, okay? Go into your voice and video settings. You want to head to input sensitivity, set that to manual, okay? And set that all the way to the left. All right, it should show as minus 100 decibels. Okay. Bear in mind, I have to do this in 4 servers right now, so it's just going to take me in a moment. So yeah, set that all the way to minus 100, then scroll down a little bit further and you'll see echo cancellation. Turn that off, scroll a little bit further down still, and you will find the noise suppression. You want to set that to none. Your options are crisp, standard, or none. Set it to none. And then you're good. Basically, all of those things are just going to remove elements of a sound when you're doing quiet things. And when we're doing voice feminization or masculinization or whatever it is that you're doing, we're going to be making quiet sounds at some point. So make sure you have your settings correct for that, because Discord likes to be annoying. Okie dokie. Perfect. That's me all set up there. Okay, so yeah. Boop and boop to make sure you can all hear me perfectly. So yeah, instead of just blowing into the straw to blow those bubbles, so like, instead of just blowing, okay, I want you to add some sound. So instead of going, it becomes, imagine I'm blowing bubbles as I'm doing that though. Okay, and then you just start moving a pitch around, and that's bubble phonations. Super simple. Yeah, is that clearer? Does that make sense? So just blow bubbles and make sound as you do so. Okie dokie. All right, let me do this so I can see all the various chats again. Perfect. There we go. And that. All right, lovely. So, okay, we're all going to do a lip trill or whatever it is that you're doing all at the same time. If you feel out of breath for doing that, just breathe in more. Just take bigger breaths. Yeah. We'll go through like a whole set of softies that you can follow along at home. But right now, we're all just going to do like one thing. We're just going to go like... all together, okay? So everybody unmute. Everybody get yourselves unmuted, and we'll do exactly what I just did, all at the same time, okay? Everybody that is willing to unmute, get yourself unmuted. Give everybody a second to do that. Okay, when you're ready, 3, 2, 1, all together now. Awesome. Okay, well done, everybody. That all sounded brilliant. Whoever was doing bubble nations, you sounded great. Okay, that was perfect. So everybody remute again. Everybody remute. And then I'm going to do some, and you can copy at home. Just because if we do the whole lot with you guys unmuted, nobody's going to know what's happening. So I'm going to do it, and then you copy me. Again, muted at home. You'll notice I'm going further and further out, both higher pitch and lower pitch, okay? I hope that's you muted and not me muted. Oh, now breath there. Then we're going to go maximum range at both ends. So as high as you can and as low as you can. Okay? You might need to move a little bit quicker for this one so you don't run out of breath. Okay? Take a big breath first. Okay, so we're just going a slow pitch movement. We're steadily going out until we get to our max range. All right? Once we've got in our max range, for one last little stretch, we're going to do a little pitch siren. Okay? So it'll sound like this. And then the other way. Yeah. And there you go. That's your softies. That's your warm-up. Okay? So now if you've done all of those, you're nice and warmed up. Okay? And you should feel nice and flexible now. Cool. Okay, let me quickly look through the chat because I see questions. Yeah, if you feel out of breath after doing it, you probably didn't take a big enough breath in the first place. So make sure you're taking a nice big breath. Also, if you need to move a bit faster with your pitch, so that you can do it in a single breath. But if you're following along with me, you shouldn't have had too many issues of running out of breath. Again, not a super big deal there, though. You want to do the lip trills for creature reasons. Any guides to doing them when you don't know how? So literally, as I was saying earlier, do a big horse pant or horse sigh, whatever you want to call it. Okay? Now try to sustain that. All right, and now add sound to it. All right, and there you've got it going. So now you just move that around in pitch. And that's your lip trill. Okay. Trying to do that, you can't get your lips to vibrate. You need to relax your lips. Make sure they're nice and relaxed. If you're struggling to maintain the pressure nicely, because that can affect people sometimes, push in on your cheeks just a little bit. That will help stabilize the air pressure in your mouth. Can make it a little bit easier for you. Sorry, in chat, in the YouTube chat, if we can keep it to English, just so that I can moderate properly, because unfortunately I don't know any of the languages at the moment. So keep it to English so that I can moderate. Thank you very much. Boo, 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 boo. Something else you might... Also, it's worth just having a play around with them. Just play with it, see what works for you. For the lip trills, they're one of those things where if you do it wrong, something goes on for a lip trill. Either like your sound cuts out or your lips stop trilling. Usually they're issues of pressure. So just play around with it, and you should be able to figure it out in time by just playing with it. If you're really struggling, especially with sound cutting out, try playing with those... Try playing with those bubble phonations, because the water does a really amazing job of helping to stabilize the pressures. So do that a little bit. It will help teach you to have a stable pressure, then take it back to the lip trills, where you should be a lot more stable. But yeah, you don't want to be too tightly closed, by the way, just seeing that one. They want to be nice, loose lips. So just like pout and then loose lips. Okay, and that's how you do the lip trill. If you're really struggling with lip trill, just do you try the bubble phonations. If it's still just the lip trill isn't clicking, try the V. It's the exact same, or the raspberry. I find lip trills are easiest for most people. The raspberry is quite a hard one because there's a lot of pressure going on. Lip trills or V's are probably like the easiest ones. Okay, any other questions about those? Oh, I missed some of the questions in Trans Networks. Sorry about that. Having issues with dizziness. If you're having issues with dizziness, I would guess that you're like hyperventilating or something. So just breathe normally. And just make sure you're taking good enough breaths to do the trill itself. Pushing into cheeks solved my issues by a ton. Yeah, great, perfect. Yeah, push into the lips, into the cheeks a little bit. It just helps to stabilize that air pressure that's in your mouth, that intraoral pressure, inside of the mouth pressure. Cool. Okie dokie. All right, so let's talk a bit about some of the advantages of this. Obviously, as a warm-up, it does all the warm-up things. It stretches you out. It increases blood flow to the area. But there's also a lot of like other random things that softies do. The main one being, it helps clear out mucus. So if you're having an issue with lots of mucus, then like if you've got allergies right now, it can help just to alleviate the symptoms in the short term. Same as when you're ill, it can help with that too. If you have morning voice is something where obviously we're producing mucus constantly to help keep everything safe. So that like when you breathe, bits of dust and stuff, they get, and like organisms and stuff like bacteria, it just gets stuck in that mucus. You then swallow that mucus where it's digested and no harm is done. I know it's gross, but that's just how you work essentially. But problem. When you're sleeping, you're not swallowing anything. So all of that mucus is just kind of building up and getting claggy. All of that dust and stuff is coming in, getting caught up in that mucus. So you have thick, gunky, gross mucus building up. So that morning, it's all gross and stuck. This goes away as you talk normally, so it's not like a big issue to you. However, for those that are feminizing mainly, masculinizers might have issues here as well, but it's going to make you sound a lot lower pitch. It's going to, because you can't move things as much. It's going to make you sound darker. It's going to make you sound heavier. It's basically going to masculize your voice a little bit. But the main one is going to be a pitch drop because things are too sludgy for you to get moving, okay? To solve this, softies are going to very, very quickly, as it increases blood flow, they'll get your vocal tract doing its thing. You have these little things called cilia. They're little tiny cells that just brush your vocal tract and remove all the mucus. So by increasing that blood flow, you get them going, and all of that mucus will be cleared away within a couple of minutes of softies. So yeah, if you're having morning voice and it's causing you an issue, literally softies for like a couple of minutes and it'll all go away. So that's the magic solution to morning voice. Even just normal talking gets rid of it, but this is a very quick way to just clear it all out. Okie dokie, right, let's keep going. So, weight/glottal quotient. This is going to be our first thing for changing the sound of your voice, all right? I mentioned earlier that your vocal folds get thicker because of testosterone. This is the effect that they then have, all right? As they get thicker, when they open and close, they spend more time in that closed position, all right? We call this a more closed quotient. The amount of time is increased in that closed portion, all right? From that closed, open, closed, open, closed, open cycle. The closed bit is longer, so it's a more closed quotient, okay? In terms of if we're calling it weight, or I call it perceptual vocal weight, so it sounds like the weight is changing. A more closed quotient sounds heavier, okay? It also sounds kind of buzzier. It sounds very specifically, it sounds more like this, okay? Yeah, so this is a more closed quotient. You can hear there's like a buzziness to my voice right now. There's a like thickness to my voice right now you might be hearing. Yeah, it just sounds heavier. So yeah, that's what perceptual weight is, okay? The difference between my voice right now and my voice right now, where it's much clearer. It doesn't have any of that weight to it. It doesn't have any of that buzziness to it. It's a much lighter vocal weight. We can call this an open quotient because now it's spending more time in the open phase than the closed phase. All right? Now, how can you have a play with this? Some exercise to try this. So my go-to one, it's pretty universal. Most people can click with this, is going to be the pitch sigh or the pitch slide. I'm going to rename this one. I haven't figured out a name yet. So the plan is, this is going to achieve a more open quotient, a lighter vocal weight. So for the feminizers, you're going for this version, all right? What we're going to do is we're going to take our pitch, we're going to go for a lower pitch with a buzzy, heavier vocal weight. If you haven't done anything before now, this is going to be like probably just close to your default voice, all right? So heavy, okay? We have that heaviness going on, and we're going to go for a really light, low pitch, all right? Then from there, we're going to increase the pitch and start shedding some weight. As you increase pitch, it should be easier and more intuitive. It'll be like it's easier to go to those higher pitches if you're in a lower weight. If you're struggling to shed that weight, just keep going higher. Eventually, you'll be forced to, okay? Sorry. So then once we get all that highness, okay, we get to that really high pitch, we're really, really light. We're going to go down in pitch again, but we're going to hold on to that light weight, okay? And now I'm going to hold on to that lightness as I go into some talking, which will then complete the drill, okay? So you can hear this lightness in my voice now that drill has helped us achieve. That's the goal of this drill, okay? Again. And again, now I'm retaining that lightness as I go through into some talking, okay? That's the idea behind this drill, all right? You can't get back down while keeping the same weight. Your voice just dies out. Really, really good thing to notice. So let me do it again, but I'm just going to keep going lower with my pitch, okay? Listen to what happens. You hear what happened? The sound, my voice, just cut out, all right? This is because if you keep going lower in pitch, eventually, because again, pitch is a little bit connected to weight, all right? Those higher pitches help us to go lighter. Lower pitches, we need to be heavier or we can't go any lower, all right? So if we're in a really low pitch with a light vocal weight, our voice is just going to cut out because you need that extra weight, that more closed quotient, in order to access lower pitches. So if you're having an issue where your voice just died out, you need to be pitching up a little bit because you've tried to go too low for it to be able to work. Also, an important, but this is genuinely really fun. Good. Helps with voice dysphoria to see your voice as more an instrument for me. Yeah, absolutely. As we go through all of these things, it's going to be really helpful for you. Never think about, and this is why I talked about it at the beginning of the workshop as part of our workshop culture. Never think about trying to feminize your voice. Never think about trying to masculize your voice. Never think about trying to androgynize your voice. Only think about the specific thing. I'm trying to shed some weight right now. I'm trying to gain some weight right now. Okay? I'm trying to go lighter or heavier. Here's the drill. Let's have a play. Okay? That's how I want you to approach these things. There's a specific thing, and no gendering, just there's a specific thing, and we're going to use this specific thing to change the sound of my voice. All right? Just super clinical. Don't add genderings to it. It just makes things a bit harder for you. So yeah. Also, for this and for previous exercise, should you go up/down in pitch until your voice dies out completely? No. So for this one, you're just bringing the pitch down again to wherever your target pitch is. Whatever is a pitch that you like, that you want in your product, in your end voice, that's where you're going with this, all right? If you're not really sure, just go to the same pitch you've been using until now. Okay? So if I was to bring things back into my unmodified voice, we'll give you one more demonstration. Excuse me. And now I have this voice right now. This is sort of the pitch that I ended at. I carried that for the first bit of my talking. And this is me having a very, very light weight in a more unmodified voice that's only had this modification done. So the only thing I've changed is I've just lightened the weight. Okay, that's again the pitch slides to get the light perceptual vocal weight. Okie dokie, whether you are feminizing or masculizing, if we can all unmute together and we're going to all have a go at that drill. Okay, so everybody get yourselves unmuted. Everybody that's down to participate, get yourselves unmuted. And we're all going to have a really good go at this. Okie dokie. All right, so you've heard the drill. That's what we're going to be doing.
We're doing lip drills?
No, we're doing the pitch slide that we've just been doing, okay? But to get that lighter vocal weight. All right, again, it'll be... in distant talking, okay? Yeah, go on. You'll
Hello.
Nice. I'm hearing some good pitch slides. Well done, everybody. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so everybody remute again. So that's going to be your main exercise for this, all right? And whenever you do any exercise, I want you to do the drill and then take it into some talking. And make sure you're listening to the sound at the end of the drill to make sure you carry that same sound into the talking, all right? And when we're talking, I don't want people reading off lines. That sucks. I don't want people doing pre-rehearsed things. I know we all love Heat from Fire, but just doing a practiced line helps you so much less than off the top of your head just talking and just saying whatever. If you're struggling for something, just pick a topic, like what you've been up to that day. Cool. Okie dokie. Now for our masculizers, okay, let's add some more closed quotient. Let's get a heavier vocal weight. So we're basically going to do the complete opposite of what the feminizers were just doing. So the idea is we're going to do a pitch slide down, and as we keep going down, eventually you'll notice that your voice gets weird, okay? That weird section is called the grave extension. It sounds like this. Okay, all of that where we get fry, we got heavy, we had some phonation cutting in and out. That's all for grave extension. Okay, it's this part of your voice that allows you to just get an extra bit lower. All right, so we're gonna go down, meet that grave extension where things get weird and sludgy. Find the weight, the heavy buzziness in that, and drag it back up to the pitch we're going to be using. Okay. If you're so there's fry down there. If fry comes with you while you're beginner, that's fine. We can have fry coming up and we can have the more closed quotient heaviness coming in. So long as we have that closed quotient, that heavy buzzy sound, then I don't mind what comes with it. As you get better, eventually you'll be able to just bring up that heavy weight. But for now, I do not mind if there's some fry in there. It's really not a big deal, okay? You can deal with that later. We just want you getting good at having that heavy weight, okay? So again, it sounds like this. And now I have that heaviness going on in my voice. Again, you can hear it sounds similar to earlier. We have that buzziness going on. We have that heaviness. That is a heavy vocal weight. Okay? So again, we're all going to unmute and we're all going to have a go of that together, whether you're feminizing or masculizing, just because I don't want there to be like one person that's masculizing. So we're all going to do it together, okay? So everybody unmute again. We're all going to have a little go at that together. All right? Everybody get yourselves
what is
unmuted.
the thing we're doing again?
What was that, sorry?
What is the thing we're doing again
So
right
now
now?
we're doing the closed quotient version. We're going to go down into that grave area like I was just demoing, and we're going to drag that weight back up to our pitch, okay?
So,
Like drag up. Yeah.
high pitch, low weight to low pitch, high weight to back up while keeping the high weights
Yeah, exactly.
to speaking.
Exactly. And remember, we're going to be going into that grave area. That's how you'll know that you're getting into that heaviness, because it'll sound weird. It'll sound heavy. There'll be some fry in there. Everything goes a bit weird in that grave extension. You'll know it when you find it, okay? So if we all want to do it together, 3, 2, 1.
Testing.
Yeah,
I'm speaking
perfect.
in.
Okay, perfect. If you all want to remute, whoever was saying testing there, that was really good. So that's going to be, if you're trying to add some weight to your voice, you're going to do that pitch slide down to grave and drag that weight back up. If you're trying to lose weight, then you're going to start off with your heavy low pitch. It doesn't need to be in grave, just a low pitch heavy weight. You're going to start dragging that pitch up. As you go up, you want to be shedding that weight and finding some lightness. For those that are doing that one, by the way, if you go all the way into your falsetto, your M2, some people call it head voice. It's like this voice right here, where I'm now falsetto. That's totally fine. I do not mind that at all. So long as when you come down again and you're dragging that light weight down, you come back into your normal talking, your M1, okay? So I don't want anybody going like, and then they have this voice at the end. I want them to, and then they have this voice at the end, okay? So make sure you come back into M1 by the end of the drill, all right? Again, M2 is that falsetto-y head voice thing. M1 is normal talking. These are just different ways of vibrating your vocal folds. I'll not go into detail. If you want me to go into detail about that, then ask me sometime outside the workshop in my Discord or something. Perfect. Okie dokie. Some things to keep in mind of this. Breathiness is not the same thing as a light vocal weight. So what you're hearing right now is a light vocal weight, okay? If I start talking like this is a different thing, okay? This is breathiness. So if you find that you're breathing out as you're talking, you're breathing out much, much more, this is going to be that breathy tone, okay? That's what's happening there. So if you're running out of breath really quickly, you might be breathy. If it has this sort of breathy, turbulent sound to it, again, breathiness, okay? So remember, breathiness is not the same as light vocal weight, which is what I'm doing right now. I can even go like, ah, if I'm like over here and I have a much heavier voice, I could do the full jaw to get really heavy. And now I have a really heavy vocal weight. All right, I can still go, and I can still be really breathy as I'm doing all of that heavy vocal weights. If you are heavy and breathy, you're probably going to tire your voice out quicker, because that's just a lot of air passage happening. So yeah, just remember, breathiness is not the same thing as weight or glottal quotient. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? So those drills, they're like a pretty universal drill. Anybody can do either of those two, which is why they're like my main ones. We just take advantage of that pitch connection. All right. There are some other ones we can try, and I'll just tell you about them and demo them for you really quick. They're not necessarily what I recommend. The reasoning that these next few don't work for everybody is they rely on a lot of shared cultural understanding. So like when we get into ASMR voice, for example, what I think of when I see ASMR voice, you might not have even heard ASMR before. So you might not have that same intuitive understanding. So the exercise wouldn't work as well for you. The pitch ones work for everybody. That's why they're so good. But we'll still go into these, because if one of these do work for you, then you'll probably click way faster with it. It just happens to rely on that cultural understanding. So, cooing / grossed out. All right. I want you to imagine you got a little baby. Okay. Let's. You got a little baby in your arms. Okay, or a little kitten or a little puppy, whatever it is that you enjoy. Okay. Little baby, and you're just gonna coo at the baby. Cute baby. Okay. That is the sound I want you to keep in your mind. All right. Now that baby's just thrown up on you. Gross, baby. Gross. Gross. That is the other thing I want you to keep in mind. So, compare those sounds. Is a very light vocal weight. Is a much heavier vocal weight. Okay. That one does also encourage you to conflate volume a little bit. So be careful. If your volume does change, that's fine. But bring it back. Bring it back to your normal talking volume afterwards. All right. Same for all of these drills. It's especially the closed quotient, heavier vocal weight people. I'm imagining you're probably going to get a bit louder, because most people conflate volume and quotient a little bit. Quotient does affect volume a little bit as well, but you should be able to bring your volume to a normal speaking volume. Like if I go like, I can be at a normal speaking volume right now while still having my my closed quotient heavy vocal weight. I could even be quite quiet and still have that heavier vocal weight. So we can change all of these things. At the same time, I can also be really loud. Hey, you over there. Hey. See me, hear me, okay? You can be really loud while still having a light vocal weight. So with practice, you will be able to fully distinguish those things, okay? And you should be aiming for that, because you want your volume to be its own thing, all right? Because sometimes you've got to shout, and sometimes you've got to be quiet, and that applies to everybody. So make sure you can at least get yourself to just normal speaking volume with all of these drills, okay? But again, we have a okay, and we're comparing those two for our light and our heavy. Another one we can try is the ASMR voice for a sports announcer. Imagine you're one of those softly spoken ASMR people, not the ones that do the whisper, the ones that do the soft speaking, okay? And then they kind of talk like this. It's very gentle. It's very, we don't want to make any sharp sounds, anything crazy that's going to be like loud and is going to be disruptive to a person listening. We're just trying to be really gentle and really relaxing with our voice, okay? So that's that ASMR voice. Versus at the other end, oh my gosh, sports announcer. Yeah, sports, things to do with sports. If you don't know what to say, because I don't know what to say, I don't know anything about sports, just pick something from Wii Sports, okay? Strike. What else do they say in Wii Sports? It's been so long. Birdie, nice shot. all of those things are going to be a really, really heavy vocal weight. Okay, so sports announcers, because they're trying to be big and energetic, strike out. Because they're trying to be big and energetic, they add a lot of vocal weight. So if that vibes you, try that one. The last one on my list, I do have these in reverse order. I should really flip them. The last one on my list is the yawn voice. This is only going to work for lightening your vocal weight. I'm afraid there isn't a heavier, heaviness version. This is my least favorite drill because it forces you into a very specific like vocal posturing, I guess. So if you just give a really big yawn, okay, you give a big yawn and then you try to talk in like a yawny voice, all right? This immediately brings you into that light vocal weight, okay? Now, you'll always sound like this or something like this, so it always has that darkness to it, which we'll go over in the next section. But this doesn't sound, or this can't sound feminine because you can only get to that lightweight while sounding like this, okay? So that's the issue with the yawn voice. It's not very flexible, okay? It can only ever get you this halfway point. However, it's quite good for just exploring the sound, getting an idea for what lightweight sounds like, okay? So if you're really struggling to get that lighter weight, try a yawn voice. It will force you into that lighter vocal weight. Okay? Sorry, my shoulders are like totally messed up and I need to get them seen by a doctor. They're like dislocating and shit. Okay. I think that's okay. Okay, any questions about this weight glottal quotient stuff? This is like one of your two big topics, so ask any questions that you have. You definitely need to understand this. Oh, something I forgot to mention, by the way. How do you know you're doing it right? You know you're doing it right because you'll have the sound, like the big sound change. In all of these things, you know you're doing it right. Sorry, my shoulder. You know you're doing it right if it sounds right, okay? So if I bring things back to my unmodified and the only thing I change is I lighten the weight, then I'm going to sound more like this, okay? Where I have that gentler aspect to my voice, and now I have that lighter vocal weight. So again, if I was to use the exercise, and then you try to talk like this, then you're going to have that lighter vocal weight. So you want to be hearing the sound change, this being lighter and this being heavier, okay? That's the change that you're trying to cause. If you start to feel a headache, none of this should cause you to feel a headache. If you're feeling a headache, something is bizarre. I would guess, or the only thing I could guess if you're feeling a headache is one, it's unrelated and it's just happened, or two, if you've been like breathing like a lot, like doing these drills, you shouldn't need to breathe that much, but if you do, that could cause you to hyperventilate, which could cause a bit of a headache. So I don't know what's causing your headache. Nothing we're doing should be causing you a headache, but yeah, take a break, because you're probably going to struggle to do these things while having a headache. If you're struggling to recognize it in the moment, recommend doing voice recording to yourself. Yeah, definitely do voice recordings, especially if you're new. Record your voice and just listen back to it, okay? The only way you can ever know if you're doing this right or wrong is by listening to the sound. So just record it and then you can listen a few times to see, like, does this sound more like this, okay? Does it sound like this? Or does it sound like this, where it's much gentler, okay? Does it sound nice and gentle? Or does it sound nice and heavy, okay? Or on the flip side, if you're starting somewhere over here, does it sound like more like this, where it's really gentle and light? Or does it sound more like this, where it's much heavier, okay? And much buzzier. So record yourself, compare the recordings, okay? And compare with different sounds. Excuse me. Okie dokie. So, any other questions? I see typing. I will wait for the typing. Is there anything else I should have mentioned there? I don't think so. You found that the easiest way for you to change weight is to quietly shout "Hey" in a sports announcer voice and move to a softer voice. Yeah, fair enough. No, it's okay. You can say that. Just be careful you're not conflating volume too much. Okay. I mean, the best ones are just going to be those pitch ones because they just change the weight. They really have minimal volume conflation. But ultimately, whatever works for you works. Okay? So long as you're getting that same sound that I'm describing, that lightness or that heaviness, depending on what you're going for, then it works. Because that's the goal at the end of the day. One thing I did forget to mention, if I go back to this, there. So when we're doing our softies, I should have mentioned earlier, for our practicing of these, I want you to do these for several times a day for like 30 seconds to a couple of minutes each. Okay. By regularly repeating these, they're going to teach you some really good vocal habits and good vocal hygiene for when you go into the other stuff. So several times a day, 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Okay. When I say several times a day, I mean like 3 or 4 times a day. Okay. If you're a vocal underdoer, somebody who speaks for like less than an hour a day and gets tired very easily just by normal talking, you want to do more softies because that will help you recover that. If your throat feels not sore, but like something sticking lower to what? Also, if your throat feels not sore really, but like something sticking lower, closer to your neck, I have no idea what you're describing. I need more description of that because something sticking lower, I don't know what that means. Yeah, give me more to work with there. Is it an uncomfortable feeling? Is it like in a specific spot? Is it a more generalized sensation? Does it feel rough? Does it feel sharp? Does it feel like a wave? Yeah. Tell me about that physical sensation. And yeah, so once you've done your 2 weeks of softies, I then want you to move on to weight/glottal quotient. So brand new people, 2 weeks of softies, a few times a day. Then move on to your weight/glottal quotient. This, again, practice this several times a day, at least twice a day, but really I want 3 times a day, and just for a couple of minutes, okay? If you want to do like a sit down and figure out weight/glottal quotient, that's fine. That can be a longer session because you're figuring it out. But if you're just practicing something that you've already figured out and you're just practicing it to get it consistent, those I want little and often, okay? 3 or 2, 3, 4, 5 even times a day, and just for like a minute or 2 is perfect. That's so much better practice than 1 hour a day. Even though that's like, maybe 10 minutes at most if you're going really crazy. Just little and often. The more often you go back to it, that's how you start building those like neural connections and making this a habit that you can easily do. Okay? And making it consistent. So you were saying it's uncomfortable, your throat feels strained, useful word, is the best applicable word, I suppose. Actually, the thing you mentioned is basically stopped, but it's a distinct sensation of the back/bottom of your throat. A bit hard, sharp, dry. So I would guess it's probably that you are tensing something. I would guess that some muscle is tensing up that doesn't need to be, that isn't associated with what you're trying to do. So try to relax that muscle if that's what's going on. Also make sure you're properly hydrated. It could also just be that you've tired yourself out. If you've tired yourself out this quickly, I would be concerned about whether you're a vocal underdoer. So if you speak for less than an hour a day, then you might be a vocal underdoer. Basically, if you get like tired from like 10, 20 minutes of ordinary talking, good sign you're a vocal underdoer. These are people that speak so little that their voice actually starts to, the muscles start to atrophy and get smaller. And so for those specific people, they need to build some muscle back up. And the softies help to do that. You've been doing the exercises while muted, but that might be likely in any case. It could also be that you're doing something weird in one of the exercises and you just need to practice a bit more. So yeah, so long as it's not a sharp pain that you could be like, it's right here. You like point to exactly where that sharp pain is. That's when something's going wrong and you're hurting yourself. Best bet, take a little break. Yeah, I don't think it's feeling the larynx. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. Cool. Okay, so yes, this stuff, this is what you're going to start doing after you've been doing your softies, and essentially you're just going to stay on these until you're really good at it. Okay, once like weight is easy for you, you can do it with like zero effort. Weight like the back of your hand. It's like just boom, lightweight, or boom, heavyweight, whatever it is that you're going for. Then you're ready to move on. So one thing at a time. Do not move on until you've mastered the thing you're working on. All right. And the next thing is going to be changes to our vocal tract size. Okay. There are tons of names for this. Okay. I'm just going to list them out for you. You might have heard one of them before. I don't care which term you use, so long as you're using it for the right sound. All right. So we can be thinking vocal tract size. We can be thinking perceptual size, whether something sounds smaller or larger. We can be thinking larynx height, and we can be thinking resonance. Okay. What all of these mean are essentially the process. So earlier I mentioned that when your vocal tract experiences testosterone, your larynx, that box of cartilage, it drops down and it gets bigger. Okay, so that's part of your vocal tract where the sound is being produced, getting bigger. What does that do? Well, here is my ukulele. Okay, this is the body of the ukulele. Imagine this is your larynx. Okay, I'm going to make a sound inside of that larynx. All right. And there's that sound, okay? Now, listen to what happens if I take same shape. This is your larynx again, but it's been exposed to testosterone, so it's way, way bigger now, okay? Again, I'm going to produce a sound in it. Do you hear that darkness, okay? Very different sound, even though I'm doing the same thing. So I'm producing the same sound, but as that sound takes up the shape of its container, it warps, okay? It takes on that sound, all right? The exact same thing is happening in your vocal tract, okay? So as your larynx, part of your vocal tract, gets bigger, that sound takes on that larger space and changes, becoming darker, all right? So we call it resonance, or some people call it resonance, because your larynx is a resonator. So that sound taking on the shape of its environment, all right, that's called resonance, essentially. The sound is resonating through the chamber, which makes it take on that sound, okay? Larynx height, because it's happened from the larynx moving down. Guess how we change that? We just move it up again, all right? So moving the larynx up shrinks it, because it's moving into a smaller space, undoing that effect of testosterone, okay? And then size makes sense. So we say that the sound change sounds like a larger, so like that guitar one, sounds like a larger sound, or the ukulele sounds like a smaller sound. If that works for you, then perceptual size, okay? So you can use whatever term you want. I don't care. I use them all. Just whatever makes most sense to you, whatever's clear, okay? So let's show you this in action on an actual larynx. Okay, this little like protrusion in my neck, okay, in my throat, this is my larynx, all right? The bit that protrudes most is my Adam's apple. That's part of the larynx, okay? It's the thyroid cartilage. So, box of cartilage here, the voice box, inside my vocal folds. Listen to what happens when that larynx moves. Hopefully you can see this nice and clearly. All right, there's the larynx. So my pitch didn't move there. That's really important. Pitch didn't move. I was just going throughout the entire thing. but my larynx dropped and went back up again. Okay? And that note took on the shape of that larger space it had access to and made the sound darker. Okay? And vice versa for when I moved my larynx back up. It took on that smaller shape and had that smaller, brighter sound. All right? Again, we can even do the tapping test, okay? Let me make sure you can both see and I'm close enough to the mic so it gets picked up. Okay, so even doing the tapping test, we hear as I move that larynx up, the sound gets brighter. Okay, so it's not the note changing, it's just the sound becoming brighter. All right. Okay, hopefully that makes sense to all of you. Again, if it doesn't, ask questions. All right. So how do we do this? How do we have a play with it? We can take advantage of some cool little quirks of our voice to help us to do this in isolation. Made you realize how much fry you use when you're talking? Yeah, people use a lot of fry, especially when they're tired. It's really, really common. You'll hear as we go through this workshop, my fry is going to steadily increase as I get tired because this is my evening. And I just use a lot of fry anyway. Cool. So I mentioned earlier that to produce sound, your vocal folds have to open and close. Okay? Like that. What if they just stayed open? Okay? When they stay open, but we still try to produce some sound, what happens is we get a whisper. Okay? So we're not phonating right now. We're not producing that source. All we have is that filter of the air taking on the shape of its environment. This produces that whispery sound. Now, because we're not producing pitch with our true vocal folds, it means that what we hear as a pitch movement is actually a change to our vocal tract size. All right? So when you hear it going up, what's actually happening is your larynx is moving up to try to emulate that same sound because you're not able to move pitch properly. Your vocal folds aren't doing anything. So you're doing the next best thing of just making it sound brighter instead of a higher pitch. So we'll start off big dog, little dog. Okay? I want you to imagine that you're a really big dog, like you're a Labrador or a German Shepherd or something like that. And you're going to pant, gently pant, like a big, big dog. Okay? Okay? Now I want you to pant like a big dog. Sorry, opposite. Like a little dog. Okay? Like a Chihuahua or a Pomeranian or something. All right? And then you take that pant and you bring it into phonation. You start adding some proper sound. And now I have that brighter sound, okay? If you're masculizing, you just do the total opposite, okay? And then you have that darker sound, okay? So that's big dog, little dog, all right? Can we all have a go at it together, all right? Everybody get yourselves unmuted. Masculizers, do a little dog, big dog. Feminizers, do a big dog, little dog, okay? So just pick one that's relevant for you. So everybody unmute. We're going to do the dog variant that is appropriate for you, whether you're going big to little or little to big, and then go into a phonation test. So like, and that's going to be the complete drill, okay? So everybody on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, go for it.
I am saying words. I am saying words.
Perfect.
I am
Okay,
attempting.
brilliant. All right, everybody remute again. So, that's Big Dog, Little Dog. Now, there is an even better version of Big Dog, Little Dog. It's one that I made. It's called Big Cheese, Little Cheese. Okay? So we do the exact same thing, but instead of panting, I want you to use the word cheese, okay? It'll sound like this. And you can go up in steps of this one if you want. Cheese, 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 cheese. Okay? And that brings you to this brighter sound. All right? If you're masculizing, you use the opposite, okay? Instead of saying cheese, we say paw, okay? Because that or is kind of the opposite of e, all right? Paw. Paw, 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 paw. Okay? That's paw as in like P-A-W, okay? Paw. Like a cat's paw or something. Jammer, I do not know what jammer means. If that is a non-English word, then I'm going to ask you to stick to English. Should you stay at the same pitch for this? I would recommend, if you're brand new to this, yes, stay at the same pitch, even for your talking afterwards. So after your phonation test, again, go into some talking. Test it out, okay? Cheese, 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 cheese. Cheese. And then you can do some talking like this, where you're maintaining the same pitch, but trying to keep that brightness there. If you're brand new, start monotone. The reasoning is because I want to make sure that you don't get confused, all right? We're changing the larynx height, or we're brightening the resonance, okay? We're not changing pitch. None of this is a pitch change. So if you're new, just keep your pitch monotonous. It will help you separate the two. As you get better with it, start introducing some pitch movement, again, to show yourself that what we're moving is not pitch, it's resonance, okay? Or larynx height, or vocal tract size, or whatever it is that you want to use as your term, okay? They're different things. To really highlight that point, okay? Here's me with a bright resonance right now, with a raised larynx, okay? Ah. My larynx didn't drop, my pitch moved, okay? If I was to do the same, or if I was to move my larynx without my pitch moving, now it sounds like this. Okay, so you can hear they're totally different sounds. Or if I was to drop things over here, so you can hear how these are very different things. Pitch and size, totally different. All right? So make sure you have those as separate. The whispers help you to separate them, because when you're whispering, you can't move your pitch. It's not possible, all right? Because your true vocal folds, they're not doing anything, all right? They're just open. So they're not doing anything, meaning they're not controlling pitch, all right? So that's going to help you have that separation. Does that make sense to everybody? Any questions on that? This is a big subject here, so like make sure you're asking questions if you're confused. Again, don't move on to this until you've finished your weight stuff. Once you're really good at the weight stuff, then bring yourself over to this, okay? So if you're muscularizing, the journey is going to be something like this. You're going to be in this original voice, and then you're going to bring that to something lighter, so we don't have any of that same buzziness anymore. We've removed all of that buzziness, and then we're going to start raising that larynx up. So now we have where my voice is at now, okay? This part, usually most people have, it varies massively from person to person, but usually people find weight a bit easier and this really hard, okay? So if you are struggling, please, it's okay. Don't judge yourself for that. This is really difficult to do. Again, it took me 8 months to do these two things. And really, it took me 8 months to do this thing, okay? Because for me, I'd already actually gotten good at vocal weight without realizing it, because the way I talk to my dog is I just shed weight. That's my talking to my dog voice, okay? I just shed all the vocal weight. So I was already good at manipulating that. So the entire 8 months was just on this, okay? Very difficult to learn to do. You will require a lot of practice, a lot of time. Don't worry if you don't get as bright as me. It's just a matter of practice, okay? So you might only get to over here, but if you started over here, or if you started over here, then so long as you get some raising, or some raising over here, then eventually you'll get better and better and be able to access those higher larynx heights, those brighter resonances, okay? So just practice it. You're very confused, but you don't know how to translate that confusion into questions. Okie dokie. Drills. Do the drills themselves work for you? Okay? If you can understand how to do a drill, you can do this. Again, though, like, take these things one at a time. I'm giving you the entire journey here, but you should be going one thing at a time. Okay? You talk to your dogs like that almost all the time. You hadn't really made the connection. Yeah. So when I talk to Luna, my dog, that's what I do. I shed all my vocal weight. The big dog, little dog thing works. Good. The cheese thing feels more confusing / harder to understand. Okay, so the cheese thing is the exact same as big dog, little dog. Okay? Big dog is going to be your big cheese. Cheese. Okay? Your little dog and your small cheese are again the same thing. Cheese. Okay? And then I was just adding some steps to make it easier. Okay? Cheese. So big dog, little dog is a nice way to just initially get exploring this. And then once you can do a big dog, little dog, switch it over to the cheese one. Okay? Or for the masculizers, the paw one. Okay? There's a variety of reasons for this. By having a word, we encourage you to actually move the larynx rather than moving something else. Because you remember earlier, I said your vocal tract was a whole thing. It's not just the larynx, it's also the pharynx, it's also the mouth space, it's also the nose space. There's a whole bunch, there's an entire vocal tract, okay? It only stops once it exits, all right? So there are other things we can do to brighten. The problem is those things are busy, okay? If you think about your mouth, all right, it's doing shit for talking. Like, say a sentence and pay attention to what your tongue does during that sentence. It's all over the place. So if you imagined that you were trying to change the size of a space in your mouth, you'd probably be doing that with your tongue. Problem, our tongue's busy. So we have to use something else. We could also use the lips. So it's going through a small tube at the end. Again, problem, do some talking. Your lips are moving all the time. You also use the lips for like emotion. So the way we would have like super bright lip space is by going like this and smiling all the time. The problem is if I'm like doing this all the time as I'm talking, well, one, it's changed my voice quite a bit. It sounds smiley. But also like, imagine I'm going to a funeral. I'm so sorry for your loss with this beaming smile. It's not appropriate. So you don't want to need to move your lips. You don't want to need to move your mouth. What's left? The larynx. All right? And that's the thing that was changed in the first place. So that's what we're going to change. All right? So yeah, having that cheese helps us to not change the mouth space, not change the lip space, because then the cheese would become a different word. It would be like choose or ches or chos or something like that. So keeping a consistent cheese stops us changing any of our mouth stuff and forces it to just be a larynx change. Same with paw. Again, you can't, like, if you were to try to warp that, it would become like a paw or a pa or a pear or a poo or like something different. If we're just saying paw the whole time and we keep it as a paw, then we're good. And all that can change is the larynx height. So that consistent word helps to improve things a little bit. Because if you think big dog, little dog, listen to what I actually like say. Ha and hair. Two different words, okay? Or two different sounds. Two different mouth spaces. Two different lip spaces. All right? So you have a conflation there. Stick to cheese, stick to paw, no conflation. We just isolate that larynx movement. Does that make sense to everybody? That's why we do the big cheese, little cheese. If you've heard of whisper sirens, you might have seen that in a different community. I know some different places use that. It's the same concept. What we've done there with the cheeses and paws is basically a whisper siren, but with like a specific word that I've designated for you. Any other questions? No questions. Amazing. I hope that was super clear then. Again, if you struggle with this and it takes you a while to do, or if you can't go to like as bright as you're wanting to go, that's totally fine. You will get better with time. This takes a long time to figure out. Takes literally, excuse me. It takes most people months to get good at this, so do not worry. Some things that can go wrong here is one, conflating with pitch, where you move your pitch instead of your vocal tract size, instead of your larynx height. So watch out for that. Also watch out for, and this is a really common thing, random things straining. So whenever you're doing any voice work at all, I want all of the voice work you do, listen to it. Don't try to feel it, okay? It's a sound you're trying to change, not the sensation, so listen to the sound. The reason I want you to listen to the sound is when you do these, you shouldn't actually feel very much changing. The physical sensation of me raising my larynx is barely noticeable, okay? For masculizers, you probably will feel a little bit when you lower your larynx, but for raising of the larynx, you barely feel, okay? And even for masculizers, don't focus on the feeling, focus on the sound, right? If you do focus on the feeling, it's very likely that you'll have a random muscle tensing up because you're trying to feel something, all right? When really there's not much sensation there, okay? And certainly like glottal quotient, weight stuff, you definitely won't feel anything, all right? So yeah, keep in mind, do not focus on physical sensations. If you start experiencing your muscles tensing up, you were probably focusing on physical sensations. But if you weren't, the way to remove that is, there's a few ways. You can either consciously focus on just try to remove it. You can try to massage. So when I first started this, I was a little bit too focused on my physical sensations and it caused me problems. For me, it was the back of my neck would start tensing up. It's not a muscle that has anything to do with voice, but my brain was like, vocal folds, larynx, that's like somewhere here-ish, right? Just do a bunch of stuff here, okay? And so I locked up the back of my neck, all right? Some people have like the front locking up somewhere, chin locking up somewhere, lips locking up, some people screw the faces up, just whatever it is that's tensing. Some people have their tongue tensing up, okay? If it's your tongue, stick your tongue out, and then try to do the tongue stuck out, because your tongue can't be tensing if it's stuck out, all right? If it's a muscle, try to just rub the muscle and help it relax and help you to relax it and not tense it. You can try to move it. So if, let's say again, for the back of my neck, if I gently roll my neck, now that muscle's busy, it can't tense because that'll stop me from rolling my neck. So then do the exercise again, or and I do a little bit of talking. The muscles at the back of my neck can't be tensing during that, so you can help separate the behavior. Or it's your jaw, move your jaw around, whatever it is, just get it doing something else so that it's too busy to tense up, okay? Or again, if it's not something where you can do that, try to rub the area to try and get it to relax. Or just literally, consciously be like, oh, I feel this tensing, I'm going to relax it. If you can do that, that's the easy way. But that can be a little bit hard sometimes. You might find that as soon as you remove tension from one area, it moves to somewhere else. So you might have to just do a bit of whack-a-mole until eventually there's no tension left. Okay? This is why this takes so long and is so difficult. Because your body makes it harder for you. Okay. Any questions? All right. Difficult area, difficult to do. So, yeah, ask your questions if you have them. Just choked on a bit of that, my bad. Okie dokie. No questions at all. All right, let's keep going then. So, we've done our 2 weeks of softies, okay? Then we've moved on and we've mastered vocal weight, okay? We're the fucking vocal weight god, all right? And then after doing that, we've even moved on to our resonance, our vocal tract size, our larynx height, whatever you're calling it. And we've fucking nailed it. We're absolutely all over that shit. Now it's time to stitch everything together to make your complete voice. All right? This is the concept of fullness. I'm going to move my camera down a little bit so I can gesticulate and you can see it. I can do things with my hands and you can see what I'm doing. So, yes, vocal fullness. This is the idea that your perceptual vocal weight and your resonance are going to act upon one another. Okay? Your voice is going to sound the most normal and the most full when those two things are like in sync with one another. Okay? So if you have a light vocal weight paired with a brighter resonance or a more raised larynx, those things together will sound full. Again, if you have like a really heavy perceptual weight and you have a really dark resonance, a really lowered larynx, a large vocal tract size, those things paired together, again, you're going to sound full. But if you have that lighter open quotient and you have that large vocal tract size, that's not in balance anymore. So now we're going to sound kind of hollow. You've probably never heard somebody talk like this before because of that yawn exercise. I always end up yawning during this bit. But yeah, if you hear someone sounding hollow, this probably isn't just a normal way to talk. The voice doesn't sound very normal right now. This isn't like a very masculine voice. This isn't a very feminine voice. It's just odd. Okay? So, try to have things roughly in balance. They don't need to be perfectly in balance, but the more they separate, the more things start sounding cartoonish and a bit odd. Okay? So just make sure we're in roughly the right quadrant. Again, I don't need perfect balance, just rough balance. All right? Because the further we start going out, the more cartoonish. We can even think about some cartoon characters that are going to sound like this. Okay, so if I start going to like overfull, for example, we have that small vocal tract size. We have that bright resonance. Okay, so if I go over to here again, this is me with my overfull voice. We could be thinking of like a gnome character or like a cartoon elf or something. Nerd voice kind of sounds like this in like different cartoons and stuff. This is going to be that overfull voice. Again, you probably haven't heard many people in real life sounding like this. Most people are going to hear this and think it sounds kind of weird, okay? So again, if I then bring it back into balance by lowering my larynx, now I have a more complete sounding voice. It sounds more normal. This just sounds like an ordinary masculine voice, okay? If I was to shed that vocal weight without bringing it in balance with my larynx, so I don't raise the larynx to meet it, now again, yawn voice, I cannot dissociate with yawns. Now I have this hollow sounding voice, okay? This underfull voice. Again, cartoon characters. If you think of like Yogi Bear, I'm smarter than the average bear, okay? Or if I had a bit of breathiness and had a British accent, now I kind of have some of the aspects of what Pooh Bear sounds like. Oh, I do love honey. Okay, we have all of those different things. Bringing it back up with my larynx height, now I have that full femme voice again. Patrick Star is another example of a hollow voice. Try to make sure that things are roughly in sync with one another. If I was to just lower my larynx a little bit, I still sound reasonably feminine right now, so this isn't too bad. But if I was to keep going, things then become a problem. So you don't need to be perfectly full, just reasonably full. My own voice is usually, if I go, like this is what I sound like when I'm normally talking. It's a little bit darker, just slightly underfull, but still very much within that femme full. But then if I bring this up again, I'm like perfectly full now. Okay, any questions about fullness? It's a relatively simple concept. It's just take your, like how much larynx height you've got, how much lightness you've got, make sure they're in sync, all right? And same for the other way around, if you're masculizing. But super duper, I don't need perfect fullness. Just if things sound cartoonish, then one of your things are wrong and they're out of sync with the other. That's the main utility of this. If it sounds cartoonish, something needs to change. If it doesn't sound cartoonish, you're fine. Yeah. Hopefully that makes plenty of sense. All right. Yeah. Okay. Boopity boo 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 boo. Oh, it's 4 a.m. for you. Damn, that's crazy. Go to bed. All right. Last little bit. Let's talk about. So, if you've done even the fullness section, you have your perfect full femme voice. I'm not putting my hand on my head because I'm going to undo all my curls that I did earlier. You've got that perfect femme voice that you're after, that perfect mask voice that you're after, even the perfect androgynous voice if you go somewhere in the middle of that graph. Okay? Now, let's make it your own. So, this next section is nothing to do with feminization, nothing to do with masculinization, nothing to do with androgynization. It's just a bit of customization, okay? Just making your voice your own, all right? So all of these things don't or barely affect the gendering, meaning you can tweak them and play with them and do whatever you want with them, all right? So we mentioned it earlier, vocal fry, okay? This is the sound that I'm adding to my voice right now. That crackliness, that's vocal fry. You will have noticed it over in the grave extension, all right? But we can have it in our voice whenever we want to. If you listen to my voice and you've been listening to through the workshop, I very often use fry. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's turned off, but I unconsciously use a lot of vocal fry. There it was in my voice there. Yeah, so vocal fry is something that people like. If you like it, add it into your voice. If you want a character to compare to, if you think of like Raven from Teen Titan, she is swimming in vocal fry. She's always got tons and tons of vocal fry. Like she is literally talking like this all of the time. All right. So this is what Raven sounds like. So it's just 100% vocal fry. So yeah, if you like it, add it. A lot of people add it in when they're tired. Pretty common. So yeah, add it if you want it. It's quite common for people to add a bit of vocal fry in their downwards inflections. It's just because you're Californian, but vocal fry sounds nice to you. Lots of people like vocal fry. I like vocal fry. Yeah, it's pretty common around the world, really. Yeah, so if you want vocal fry, add in some vocal fry. And you can just do that. Pitch. Pitch is something that I call non-gendered. Technically, or I would call it like gendered 0.5, or really like gendered 0.1 or something, okay? On average, masculine speakers have a lower pitch. On average, feminine speakers have a higher pitch. However, if you're not in that category, if you have a lower pitched feminine voice, that's all it sounds like, just a lower pitched feminine voice. My voice right now is actually a pretty low pitched feminine voice. I can't go much lower without my voice cutting out because of the weight thing we talked about earlier. That's how low I am right now. So you can have a low-pitched feminine voice and it'd be totally fine. Or if I go back into my like unmodified masculine voice, the pitch barely changed there, by the way. It's slightly dropped, but barely. But if I go like, and now I have like a voice over here, this isn't, again, I still sound entirely masculine, okay? So a higher-pitched masculine voice just sounds like a higher-pitched masculine voice. It doesn't change the gendering at all. Okay? So yeah, like I'm right now, I'm lower pitch than that high pitched masculine voice. All right? So yeah, just put the pitch wherever you want to put it. You know, if you like it, stick it there. So long as you're in your M1 modal talking, then you're fine. And again, I'm talking about as opposed to like M2 falsetto. Okay? So like if you go on like and you've ended up all the way over here, this is too high of a pitch, okay? Because now we can't even support it in M1. You're in this super M2, and it just sounds a bit odd, okay? Because people don't talk like this normally. So yeah, go for a pitch that is in your M1. But you have a huge range within that. So really just play with it, go with whatever the heck you want. A lot of people really like the low-pitched feminine voice. So if that's you, just go for it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Breathiness, another thing we talked about earlier. It's a real easy one. You just breathe out more as you talk, okay? So if I talk like this is me adding a whole bunch of breathiness, okay? So if you want this in your voice, add it into your voice. It doesn't have to be this much. I'm just doing a huge amount so you can hear it really clearly. But if I do it just like this is an amount of breathiness that is going to be more typical of somebody who uses breathiness, okay? So if you want this kind of a voice, then just add a little bit of breathiness, and there you go. That's how you do that. So yeah, breathiness is an option. You can play with it. If you like it, go for it. Twang is a much less common one, but some people do still have it. So if you want it, you can. Twang sounds like this. Now, right now, I'm not doing heavy weight. It is often confused with heavyweight, but notice it has this like, it's an onomatopoeia word. It sounds like a twang, okay? The volume is projected a whole bunch because essentially the sound is being squeezed into a little hole and been blown out. So it sounds a bit louder. It sounds kind of twangy, and it sounds a little bit brighter and like tinnier or like brassier, okay? So this is that twang. Some people also say that this sounds nasally. It's nothing to do with nasality. That's a totally different thing. This is twang, okay? If you're struggling to play with that, pretend you're a baby crying, okay? Like a cartoon baby. Wee, wee, okay? And that's going to bring you that really big vocal twang, okay? So again, if you want that in your voice, bring it into your voice. It doesn't have to be that extreme again. Play around with it, just like a breathiness thing. So if I go like, wee, this is me with tongues and twang. And if I like start to reduce that twang a little bit, and now I have just like a little bit of twang in my voice. So if you want that little bit of twang in your voice, then you can just do that. And that's entirely up to you. So yeah, these are all different things that you can just add in if you want to. Hi, Carl. I have no idea what those things are that you're trying to do, Lamau. Jim, don't get too trolley, okay? So yeah, twang, if you want to play with it, add in some twang. Totally up to you. The last thing there in the customization list, there are so many different things you can do to change your voice. This is just some of the most popular ones. Fry, pitch, and breathiness are like the most popular ones. But there's like so many things. My list would be infinitely large if I had added all of them. Now you're fine, Jim Dury. So yeah, if you want, the last thing I've added onto the list, again, a common one that people play with, is your accent. If you want to change your accent, you can just do that. There is this idea that especially East Coast Americans sound more feminine. So like Seattle, California, there's this idea of like the Cali girl voice. It is not more feminine, okay? It's just like West Coast America, okay? There are women that do not live in West Coast America, and they do not have that same accent. So if you find your vocal coach is moving you into a more like Cali girl voice, they're wrong, all right? Call them out on that shit or go to someone else. This is something I see really commonly. So remember, your accent doesn't have to change, or it can change. It's entirely up to you. No part of feminization or masculization changes your accent. All right? Okay, any questions about that? And this is our last section. I see typing. Yeah, what are our questions? While those people are typing, I will remind everybody that we have a giveaway going on right now. So if you're in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@trends_network, you can head to that chat and you can be part of a giveaway. You just have to be in chat, chatting. As you chat, you will earn passively points. You can use exclamation mark points to check how many you have right now. And we're going to be building points until the 28th of May, Wednesday the 28th of May. On that day, we're going to do a big long live stream where everybody can join in whenever they're available. And we're going to do this big giveaway. So you spend 100 points per ticket. And one of those tickets will be the winning ticket. Okay, so the more tickets you buy, the higher your odds of winning. All right. So earn lots of points, get those tickets, and whoever wins gets a package of 6 private lessons totally for free from myself. Yeah, Darjan, you're getting like loads. 500 points, that's sick. So yeah, make sure that you are entering the YouTube chat to get in on that. Yeah, 6 private lessons for free, and that's worth £120. So definitely worth doing. Again, that's youtube.com/@trans_network. If you just type in trans network into YouTube, it shows up. Okie dokie. Too tired to really pass most of this, but to confirm, is it you shouldn't start working on anything after softies before at least a couple of weeks in? Odd way to word the question. Start softies. Like if you're brand new, start with softies. Do those for a couple of weeks, then start doing weight stuff and stick on that until you've mastered it. Once you've mastered it, move on to your vocal tract size stuff. Once you've mastered that, move on. The softies are the only one with like a time thing. Everything else is just once you are like really good at it, then move on. Okay. No, Darjan, you've been in a few streams. You might even have been in all of them so far. We've had 4 streams or 5 streams since we started this, and I think you've been in like 4 of them or 3 of them. No, they're not hourly. It awards points every 5 minutes based on your activity. How do you tell if you've mastered it? You can easily control it. If you can do the drill and you bring that weight into your voice and you're just perfectly consistent with it, the whole thing's super easy for you. You've mastered it. Like you've mastered it when you're good at it. That's what mastering is. You're really good at it. It's really easy for you. No sweat. You may have not picked up while you discussed it, but how do you decouple the volume from the vocal weight? Real simple. So just let them be coupled at first as you're doing the drill, and then as you go into the talking, move your volume to be just normal speaking volume. So let's say you've lost a lot of volume as you were lightening your vocal weight. Just go through the drill, and then as you go into talking, bring that volume back up again. Okay? So like, if I then am like really quiet, I'll then just start increasing the volume without changing my weight until now I'm at a normal volume. Okay? So just move your volume independently as like a second part to the drill. Okay? And same vice versa if you're masculizing. Would love to do a little one-on-one. Yeah, we'll be doing that soon. Okie dokie. Might be an odd question, but adding onto the decoupling question, what does yelling with a light vocal weight sound like? Yeah. So if you have like a light vocal weight and you're yelling, it's going to sound like this, okay? So it still has that lightness to it. This takes some practice to get good at. But yeah, hey, you over there, okay? We can be nice and loud, and we can be yelling. My neighbors probably hate me. You can yell while having a light vocal weight, okay? Okie dokie. So, that's the end of our lecture portion. Thank you so much for coming to it. Firstly, some special thanks to our Ko-fi supporters. I have fixed Grave Robbed Maria's like different color, or I guess everybody else is grey. I have fixed this like 4 times and it keeps reverting. I do not know why. Okay, a little neighbors is like for realsies a thing. I have like a bunch of sound panels up, but I'm pretty sure it's not enough. Okay, these workshops are brought to you by the Ko-fi. You can see a link underneath you right now. That's the Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/transnetwork. That's where our funding comes from. So these amazing people you see on screen right now, they are why you get to have this workshop right now. Okay? So huge thank you to these people. Our tier 1 supporters, we have Misty, Mihuggy, Himori, and Graverod Maria. Thank you so much to those people. Our tier 2 supporter, Lanmisa, massive thank you to you. And our amazing tier 3 supporter, Beth. If you see Beth in one of the Discords, give her a huge thank you. Because, like, seriously, like, I mean, she's a huge part of the funding. But all of these people, these are why you get to have these workshops right now. Because these have brought to be honest, these are why you get everything that Trans Network does. Because everything that I've had to buy and all the money I've had to spend for Trans Network has come from these people. So huge thank you to them. The support means so much. So yeah, and if you want to support as well, then head to the Ko-fi. All of the money gets reinvested into helping more people and teaching more people and upgrading these setups. So like if you're in specifically Diamond's Trans server or you're in Rainbow Library right now, your Discords would not be here unless these people had helped out. Because that was how I was able to upgrade my setup so that I could fit more Discords on screen. Which like I had to have a new monitor, new cables, a GPU that could like support that. That all comes from the Ko-fi support. So huge thank you to those people. And if you want to help out as well, head to the Ko-fi. I cannot stress how helpful it is. Yeah, but a little bit of money really helps. Also, we do upload videos every so often on the Ko-fi. I haven't been super on top of that, but I will upload more in time. The other big thing that we're going to be doing is, I don't have a specific date on it yet, but soon we're going to have a D&D session that I'm going to host, where the idea is you come along and you practice your voice as you play D&D. So it's a really good way to practice. That's going to be a public one that everybody can join in on. And then the future ones, that's like my test one. The future ones are going to be all at a Ko-fi. So if you want to be playing D&D regularly, head to the Ko-fi. Because it's a brilliant way to practice. It's going to really help your voice. And it's pretty cheap to take part. So any tier on the Ko-fi, even if you're like of a £5 tier, it's totally fine. And yeah, you'll be massively supporting what we do. Also, a huge thank you to Charles from Singuistics, Crammed Voice Lessons. He's the dude that trained me, and he trained me completely free. Every few months, he takes a bunch of people that he thinks are going to be promising, and he trains them to be voice coaches. So, like, huge thank you to Charles from Singuistics. Again, free training. It was amazing. I learned loads, and yeah, the quality that I'm able to provide for you guys, the fact that you can hire me for lessons, that's thanks to Charles. So if you want some help from him, head over to the Discord on screen right now. They have loads of useful events, loads of good practice events. I super recommend their Discord. It's really helpful. So yeah, okie dokie. That is the last of my PowerPoint. So let me head us over to our one-on-one section. I need to redo that transition because we're getting a little bit of lag now. Because all of these Discords is causing a little bit of lag for my computer. But yeah, bear it. Do I know when you're planning to start D&D sessions? Not yet. Basically, I need to plan out the full first session before I start doing them. Because this is my first time DMing. I need to make sure that I'm properly prepared. And I've just been too overstretched to be able to do it sooner than now. So as soon as that is ready, make sure you're in my Discord because that's where we'll be doing it. Yeah, make sure you're in my Discord. Head over to there. If you're in the other Discords, then just click on my username and you'll be able to find a link. Click on my profile. If you're in the YouTube chat, then check the video description, the live stream description. It should have a link. If it doesn't, it should do. But if it doesn't, then head over to the the main screen of the channel, and there's a link there somewhere. So yeah, that's an easy ban. Oh my god, Oh, can I remember my ban commands? What have we got? Is it exclamation mark ban? I should have practiced this. Oh, I have buttons. Oh, I can just click. I'm about to ban that person. Yes. Oh, I love having a bot to do everything for me. That's great. And we can delete the message. Oh, it's just so good. Get wrecked. Neat Night Owl. You have just been fucking banned. Get destroyed. I can just click and ban you. Amazing. I love having chatbot. Yeah, I don't even need to do that, Darshan. I can just, I literally, next to all of your names is a ban button. There's 2 clicks, so don't worry, I won't accidentally ban someone. It's so easy. I love this. Watch out for the overlay message. Yeah, you should. I imagine you guys would see an overlay message or something. Yeah, get wrecked. Scrub. Oh, and we need another ban. Oh, he's got multiple accounts. Boom. Still dead. Get destroyed. Get annihilated. You got more accounts? You got more accounts for us? Come on, buddy. Come on, more accounts. Mum, get the camera. I know, right? This is our first YouTube troll. How cool is that? That's all. 2 accounts. That's the best they could muster. 2 accounts. Dumbass. You need more than 2 accounts. I click twice and you're gone. Ooh, there's the 3rd account. There it is. There it is. Boom. 3rd account. Destroyed. Triple kill. Give me 2 more. Give me that penta. Give me that penta. Come on. How did it take them so long to log into their 3rd account? It literally is becoming whack-a-mole. Absolutely. For those that are confused right now, we have a troll in the YouTube chat. So I'm just working my way through all of their accounts as they very slowly log in. They're very bad at this. Rip. Is that it? 3 accounts? I can't get my pentakill? Rip. Okie dokie. Oh, I should check. Because I can now see chat and you can see chat. Is that being removed? I can barely even tell with my wacky ass font. Oh well, hopefully those messages are removed. Maybe. Denied the ace. I know, right? How much does that suck? Absolute loser. Only has 3 accounts. Okie dokie. Let's get back to it. Hi, Sophia. Okay, let's go through the stuff. So, if you would like to join in on seeing what's going on with the trolls, head over to the YouTube chat. We have a giveaway right now. If you're participating in the YouTube chat, then first of all, youtube.com/@trans_network. Head over to that, and you'll start earning passive points. Boo, 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 boo. You deleted the messages, but stream overlay is completely different, which is why it still shows there. Oh, it still shows in the stream overlay? Oh, I don't know if I can change that then. Rip. Why can't I do anything about stream overlay? Oh, well, Discord peeps. No, I mean, everybody still sees it, but oh well. Wiping the chat is a bit harder. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, so rip. At least we fucking sniped some accounts. I'll take that. Cool, yeah. Yes, head over to the YouTube chat. This is the only time we've ever had trolls, so it's not a usual thing, don't worry. And we get those headshots, so don't even worry about it. Usually just send messages to scroll past. That's a good idea. Let's just do ba-doop, ba-doop, doop-doop. Just chat a little more and they are gone. Yeah, you're so correct. Wait, why am I doing that in a Discord? Lamau. Let me do that in an actual ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Let's just get a few of those going. Get wrecked, bozo. Oh my god. You no longer exist on stream. Get screwed. Easy mode. Okay. If you want to join in on all that fun, head over to youtube.com/trans_network. Sorry, it's /@trans_network because they changed it. Yeah, wrong chat, Lamau. That did just happen. Sorry, Rainbow Library. Mods are gonna be like, what the hell was Zara doing? Yeah, head over to the YouTube chat. We have a giveaway right now. So by participating in chat and having some fun, you're earning points. Every 100 points equals 1 ticket in the giveaway. So Wednesday, 28th of May, we'll be doing the actual giveaway. So you can spend all your points. Every 100 points is 1 ticket. So yeah, those tickets are like entries into the giveaway. And one of those tickets will be the winning tickets. The more tickets you get, the more points you've got, the higher your odds of winning. And again, the prize is a package of 6 free lessons, private lessons from me, with a total value of £120. Pretty fucking good deal. All you have to do is chat. So hells yeah. Thank you so much for the workshops. You're super, super welcome. I'm really glad they helped you, Iris. Hells yeah. Okie dokie. What else have I got to plug? I mentioned the Ko-fi. If you want to support financially, head to the Ko-fi. And if you want to be just involved in all the different events we do, we have makeup workshops, we have these, we're going to have D&D coming soon, and just like where I do the lessons. We do live streams, Mondays till Wednesdays, 1 till 5 BST. Live streams can be about all sorts of stuff, but also our public lessons that we do. So if you want to shadow some actual lessons, watch those live streams. And you can also shadow them in the Discord. And that's where you get lessons yourself. Private lessons are free. So if you just want free lessons, public lessons are free. If you just want public lessons, head over to the Discord. Because they're totally free. If you want in private, they're £20 for a 55-minute lesson. Cool. Discord, that's where to do the things. It's a good place to be. Okay. Plugging finished. We did the plugs. All of you that have been waiting for some one-on-one feedback, speak next to go next. It's your time to shine. Whoever speaks next gets to go next. That is how we do this. So does whoever wants some feedback, unmute, make yourself known.
Yeah, I'd love some feedback.
I do not hear any voices. I do see that Icky just unmuted. Icky, you might have an issue with your mic because I do not hear you.
Oh.
There you go. Hello?
Sorry, I thought my mic was muted.
Yeah, no. Oh, okay. So, no worries if you were trying to... no, that's totally fine. Anybody else that is wanting some feedback then, just speak next to go next. No pressure if nobody's wanting feedback right now, but this is your opportunity. Also, just if people have questions in general, let me know. Because after this is when we finish a workshop. So make sure you ask your questions now. Yeah. Or interrupt me if you want some help with your voice in particular. We do these workshops every single week, so you can come by next week if there's anything you've forgotten or any questions you wanted to ask or you wanted feedback at that point. Then come by next Saturday, exact same time. You can also post little clips in my Discord and I can give you feedback on those. I have a cool community, so you should definitely check those people out. Oh, I hear somebody.
I'll try.
I think you're having an issue. Is it like a lag issue? You're also quite quiet. Let's see if I can turn you up. There you go. Try speaking. Oh, it's internet. Your internet is struggling. Yeah, person speaking right now, your internet's really struggling. Try, it's my internet that's struggling. Hold on. Are we good?
Yeah, I think it's yours.
I can hear you right now.
Yeah, that just totally freaked out on my screen. Sorry about that. I'm blaming you. I'm the issue. Okay, try again. Sorry.
I didn't even hear the blame. so it's all good. Yeah, so what could I say to Tez?
What could you what? Sorry?
What could I say to Tez?
What could you say to... I'm struggling with the last of that sentence. What could you say... ...
To test.
To test
my
what?
voice.
Oh, okay, so... Yeah, so to test your voice. Okay, yeah. We need to be more specific. What are we testing?
I basically need some kind of text.
Text. I am hearing you properly now. Your mic is a little bit quiet for me, sorry.
No worries.
What are you needing text for? Like a written explanation?
It's not a written explanation, more like some kind of example text to read on. Wait a second.
Oh, okay. No, I can do you better than that. Okay. No reading
Okay.
off example texts. It sucks. It's bad practice. All right.
Okay.
Instead, I will give you something to talk about.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me before the workshop what you've been up to today? That can be your prompt.
I have been working on fixing up my espresso machine. I've done the wiring today. I've had a few issues a few days ago, but they are now fixed. I hope so, at least. I still need to test.
Sounds
But
good.
yeah,
Nice.
that's
I
what
hope
I
you get
have
that
been up
espresso
to.
machine fixed. Okay. How do you feel about your voice there?
Probably better than most days, I guess.
Okay. Give me some specifics. How do you feel about the weight? How do you feel about the larynx height?
I especially feel lighter. Yeah, that's mainly it. Maybe also like a little bit higher resonance, but that is like more vague. I can't really point a finger on it, you know?
Yeah, so I think I'd agree. I'm hearing a nice and light weight. I think I'm hearing a little bit brighter, but I'm guessing not a huge amount from where you started.
Okay.
So, give me a big cheese, little cheese.
Okay, big cheese. Cheese.
Make sure
Is it
we're
that?
starting the whisper. Cheese, cheese, cheese,
Cheese, cheese, cheese, cheese, cheese, cheese, cheese.
Perfect. And then bring it into phonation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Moment. I'll start from a new. Sorry.
It's okay.
Cheese, 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 cheese. I'm very
Good.
lucky.
Okay, so I want you to. So we're going to go again. Do that whole phonation test. That was really good. Listen to it. Get the sound in your voice and try to carry that through into some more talking. You tried to fix your espresso machine. What was wrong with it?
Okay, I'll start with the
Full
cheese.
drill? Yeah.
Cheese, 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 cheese. Well, I've been basically. There was not a lot wrong with it, like on the wiring, but it was a very old machine. So it was like, you know, things kind of broke and like temperature and stuff like that. So, for example, like I wanted to have hot water, but I got steam instead. So I tried to fix that. At the same time, while I was at it, I wanted to like improve it. So I modded it. I kind of built a computer into like a simple espresso machine. So now I
Nice.
have like a nice screen, so I can like see stuff like, oh, how much water is getting out, or what temperature is the water at, or how much has gone through and how much is in my cup and stuff like that. So like
Okay,
very,
cool.
very nerdy stuff.
Okay, well, first of all, that sounds freaking awesome. Second of all, so firstly, how did you feel about the sound? And then I'll give you my feedback.
At the beginning, I was kind of light, but then it kind of like lost it because I got too excited.
Yes, that's exactly correct. That's exactly my feedback. Yeah, you did start to brighten up. I heard that larynx raise, okay? The cheeses were perfect. The phonation test was a slight drop. Have a little practice with that. But it was still decent. Then as we went into talking, you kept that same. You didn't have a drop as you started talking, but as you continued, you were slowly dropping off.
Yeah.
If you rewatch this section of the VOD, try and find it. It'll be somewhere, I don't know, we started at 7ish, so it'll be somewhere around the 3:30 mark, or like 3:40 mark maybe. So try to find this so you can re-listen to it. I heard on the word water you had a big drop. And then as you started getting excited about the tech things you've been adding, that's when you had like your bigger drop.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just gonna be a matter of practice. I think overall you could get brighter altogether, but that's going to take practice as well. I wouldn't expect that to be a change that comes soon. Keep playing with this, and eventually you'll get better at it, and you'll be able to go brighter.
Okay.
So yeah, It's just going to be practice. And make sure when we're practicing, we're doing exactly what we just did, okay? So you do your drill, and then you just talk. No prompted words, no text, nothing like that. Just talk about whatever subject.
I have a question regarding that.
Yeah?
Is there like some kind of video from that live stream that is available somewhere?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I should have said that. This live stream stays on for YouTube. So if you head to
very
youtube.com/@trans_network, head to the live section, and you'll see this workshop and all the past workshops. So all of that you have like forever, basically.
Trans Voice Network. Oh,
It's just Trans Network. Trans
Trans
network.
Network.
If you just type Trans Network into YouTube, you'll find it. It's got like a little. Do I have a logo on screen? I don't have a logo on screen right now. But it's like a mic on top of a trans flag. It says Trans Network underneath.
oh, that is very unfortunate. I can only see the local trans network of Switzerland.
Oh, okie dokie. Okay, super easy version. Click on whichever user I have.
When I
that's
get
hosting your
on the
network.
store, then I'll find it. Okay.
You got it?
All
You
right.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, for anybody else, if you're really struggling, I have a few different Discord accounts. That's how I'm able to stream in all these different Discord accounts, in all these different Discord servers, sorry. So if you're struggling to find it, whichever I'm using to host your workshop, because I've got it on all of them, just click on the profile and there's a link to the Discord. And there's a link to the YouTube as well. So both of those links are there. Really easy way to get it.
So yeah, I just want to say thank you for all the work.
Yeah, you're super welcome.
And I think I will go mute again if that's all.
Yeah,
there
totally
is.
fine. Thank
Okay,
you
good.
for volunteering.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Yeah, you're super welcome. Fab. Okie dokie. Happy customer. Anybody else? Would anybody else like some feedback on their voice? Anyone just want some help
Yeah,
or something?
my
How can I help you?
I think the stream's stabilized. I've had. Oh, sorry, I can hear myself through your stream. Give me a
Oh,
sec.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Make sure you mute your stream if you've got that open. Just wait for her to do that for a second. Better?
I'm just trying to find a way to mute it.
Just like mute the stream.
That work?
The YouTube. You're on about
Yeah, that
YouTube,
just
yeah?
muted you.
Are you on about the YouTube vids? Or are you on about something else?
No, it's on Discord.
Oh, okay. I was hoping that wouldn't affect individuals. I don't know how the last person didn't have that issue. Okay, so what I have going on right now is my desktop audio gets channeled through my mic, so that it then comes out as my the same output as
Oh,
my mic,
okay.
so that every Discord can hear each other. That might mean that you're
Yeah,
hearing
just
yourself with a
the
slight echo.
feedback mute. Yeah, it's very distracting.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a way I can do that so that only you guys don't hear yourselves? I have no idea how I would do that. What can I do to fix that? Let me think. I can find a solution. Tell you what, for this one, if I just use push to talk, then that should fix that problem. Give me a second. Okay. You should still be able to hear me, yeah? Like right now?
Yeah.
Okay, it won't be perfect because I need to like use the push talk and use my thing, but yeah.
Yeah, so I've had about a year of lessons,
Okay.
and I think I've like hit a wall. I've stayed at like this point for 6 months already, and I can't really progress any further. I'd like to get to a more natural point that you're at, but I don't feel like I'm there yet. And I can't really self-diagnose what's wrong.
Okay then. So This is a tricky one for me to give you feedback on because it depends on what the issue is, like what it is that you're not liking about your voice. I can give you some descriptions of your voice, and maybe you can tell me which thing it is that you're not liking.
Yeah,
So-
that would probably work.
Yeah, sure. So I am hearing a brighter resonance. So again, that's the you're somewhere over here. I'm also hearing a nice and light vocal weight again. Nice light vocal weight. That wasn't a very good demo of it, but whatever. There's also, I'm hearing a lot of vocal fry. So like I'm hearing a lot of this kind of a sound through it. So that's that vocal fry sound. Could you talk for a bit longer to remind me and so I can check for other things?
Yeah, sure. So I'm also struggling with consistency. So like one day it'll be kind of around here, but then like another day it'll be a bit more raspier, a bit more like some glottal attacks as well. But I think that's more to do with like hydration and stuff like that. And
Yeah, so
I've
for
tried to
hearing-
play around with like going up at the end of sentences and more with like inflections. I would like my pitch to raise a little bit, but I find it hard to work on pitch as well as keeping everything forward at the same time.
Okay, then that gives me some more to work with. So that raspy quality to your voice, okay? This is caused by when you're doing your vocal fold stuff, there's a slight incompletion in the closure. So if we'd be thinking abducted vocal folds is the technical term. Abduct means to take away, like an abduction of alien abduction, whatever. So they're a little bit far apart. This is meaning it's a little bit leaky. We're having some extra air coming through, and your false vocal folds are coming in and playing with that. Okay. Do you experience any any discomfort in your voice?
It does feel strained sometimes, but it really depends on the day. Like right now, I'm a bit more relaxed than I normally am. Sometimes it does get a bit strainy though.
Okay, so my guess is those strainier moments are fry rasp. Okay, so we have fry creep.
Yeah.
This is me going like this. This is fry creep. Fry rasp. I'm going to do like a huge amount of it so that you can very clearly hear it. So right now I have none. I'm going to go like straight to 100 so you really clearly hear it. Okay. Right now, this is me using a ton of rasp. Okay. This is a huge amount of rasp. If I was to then like reduce it a bit, this is me using like a little bit of rasp. Okay.
Yeah.
It's got that slightly breathy quality to it. It also has this sort of like grindy quality to it.
Technic Shelly subscribed to the channel.
Yo, thank you so much for subscribing. I just realized that the overlay is not on top of my camera, so I'll fix that later for you. But thank you for subscribing. Yes, so that raspy quality to it, okay? That's your false vocal folds coming into play, all right? And it can be very tiring for the voice.
Yeah.
So if you're feeling like discomfort and fatigue, that could be causing that. So there's the first thing, all right? And your homework there is going to be try to be more raspy so that you can learn to control it and then remove it. Now, for that specific homework, I don't want you doing that too much or too often because it's very, very fatiguing for your voice, all right? And I don't want you overdoing it. So just
That's what I'm struggling with. I don't really know where to start with, like getting rid of the rasp.
Okay, let's do a little thing for you. I want you to imagine, okay, old man, all right? Old grumpy man, okay? And that old grumpy man, all right? There's a bunch of kids playing outside and they're going near his perfect lawn, okay? And he spent ages on that lawn and he wants his kids to get off his lawn, all right? Get off my lawn, kids! Get off my lawn! What are you doing? Get off my lawn! Okay? That's what you're going to try and do.
Oh God,
Best impression of an old man that's angry at those rambunctious children.
okay. Get off my lawn. Get off get off my. As soon as I
Get
try
off
and
my
put any
lawn!
effort, yeah, get off my lawn. Get off my. Yeah, as soon as I try and put any effort in, I can't go like higher.
Okay, let's try a
It
different
like
method.
it almost cuts out.
All right, let's try a different method. Okay, I want you to imagine. All right, you're trying to lift a really heavy weight. It's too heavy. Okay, but you, for whatever reason, you're desperate to injure yourself with a gem, and you're just lifting this really heavy weight. Okay, we're going to be going to lift this weight. Okay, try that.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, that's step one. All right. Now that's true vocal fold constriction. Okay, so that's adduction, almost the opposite. Now what I want you to do, exact same thing, add some breathiness to it. Okay. Did you hear me add the breathiness to that?
Yeah.
Yeah? You give it a go.
I can't do that.
Okay. Have a practice at that sometimes then. I heard some good.
Yeah, see, I'm stuck. Like as soon as
Sorry,
I try and add anything, it doesn't work.
Yeah, so okay, that's something you're going to need to practice then. Do the heavy
Okay.
weight thing. Oh, I don't mean heavy weight as in what we're doing, but like the gym,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
heavy dumbbell or whatever. And do the like, then add some breathiness to it. Okay?
Okay.
Or we could even break it down like really slow, like. Yeah?
And is it the breathiness I'm trying to introduce? Or
Yeah, so basically, if we have that strain going on, but
Yeah.
we open up the vocal folds, like in breathiness, we have that air leakage, because the true vocal folds can't constrict anymore, because they're like, literally, they can't be constricted, and also allowing some air to freely go through at the same time, that's an opposite thing. Instead, your false vocal folds do it, okay? And that's what produces that raspy sound. So you have that turbulence to it,
Alright.
you have that raspiness to it, that's that true vocal fold introduction. Sorry, that false vocal fold introduction. They're just like another set of folds above your vocal folds. They're normally just there for protecting stuff, but you can try to use them to make sound, and it's very fatiguing. So if you have that as part of your voice normally, then that's going to wear you out real quick, and could cause some issue there. That's not
thank
something.
you.
Like one. I was going to say that's not something I want you doing often. I want to like super repeat that because it is very, very burdensome on your voice. Like once a day tops for like a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you hurting yourself.
Okay.
As you get good at controlling it, then try to remove it intentionally. Okay? Because if you can add something, you can take it away, and try to produce as little rasp as you possibly can. Yeah, that would be my feedback.
Sure.
Another couple of things I wanted to mention, just because you mentioned them. Inflection is something you absolutely can change, but keep in mind it does not change the gendering of your voice. There is an idea that is spread around that there is like a feminine inflection pattern and a masculine inflection pattern, and there's some slight truth to that. However, they vary from culture to culture because inflection patterns are all fully cultural. There's nothing in our anatomy that forces a particular inflection pattern. 100% cultural. There is, so it's more like an accent thing, really, an inflection pattern. There is, to some degree, masculine speakers and feminine speakers do have some slight variation in their inflection pattern within an individual accent. However, that change is really small. For some accents, it can be greater. But for most, it's pretty small. For some, you can barely even tell unless you're trained to listen for it. So like Japanese, they have a much greater difference between the masculine speakers and the feminine speakers with regards to just pitch patterns and inflections. If we go to like West Coast America, has a decent amount of it. You can reasonably notice it. As you go to the rest of America, it's there, but you might not notice it. Come to Britain, come over here, you won't notice it at all. unless you like know what to listen for ahead of time. So yeah, keep in mind that if you are looking at that, if you just want to do it, that's completely fine. If you're doing it for a gendering thing, make sure you listen to the voices around you to check that that's actually the correct inflection pattern to change to. Because a lot of the inflection patterns that a lot of coaches tell people to move to are just the West Coast America inflection patterns, which is why you have so many, especially feminizers, ending up with a Cali accent. That Cali girl voice that everybody ends up with, it's just because a lot of coaches seem to be pushing people in that direction. And I guess a lot of those haven't realized that it's not feminine specifically, it's feminine for that area. I think because we just have a lot of coaches in that area, it's become like part of the zeitgeist.
Yeah, sure.
Just be aware of that. Cool. Okay, fab. Did you have any other questions to do with that? I think raspiness is the main thing we work on, but
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
yeah, you're super welcome. You're super welcome. Fab. Okie dokie. All right. Would anybody else like some feedback? Speak next to go next.
Hi, yeah.
Hello.
My name's Winnie. I don't have anything in specific that I like want to change. I just want maybe some practice, with someone else. So like,
sure.
okay, can you give me something to talk about?
Yes. So if there's anything specific that you're wanting to practice, then practice that thing. I would recommend, if you're just trying to practice fem voice in general, you still use the drills. You could do the cheese drill, and then do the weight drill, and then go into some talking. Because that will make sure that you're definitely getting all the things right, and it'll help you build that pattern of always getting things right.
I will say that I'm good at resonance, but the thing that I want, I guess the thing that I want help with is changing my pitch with my resonance high. Because I feel like it's not that I conflate them, but it does go up when I change my my resonance.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, what I want you to do is you're going to do the cheese drill, and then you're going to do the Mario theme. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, because it's a pitch tune that everybody has drilled into their minds. Okay, so everybody can just immediately bring out a Mario theme. So that's what you're going to do as your drill form. Okay, that Mario theme is going to help you to move your pitch independently of your larynx stuff, your resonance stuff. So you're going to do that, and then why don't you tell me about what you've been up to today before the workshop?
Okay. Okay. How do you do the cheese one again? I usually do the dog. You just kind of whisper it, right?
Yeah. So cheese.
Okay.
Cheese. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Cheese. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bam.
Okay, tell me about your day.
Oh, yeah. I'm on Pacific time, so I woke up at like 7 in the morning, and it's an off day for me. So I've just been on TikTok until this started, and I brushed my teeth. I don't think I have had breakfast yet, but it's now 1:50, so it's a little late for that.
All right, sick. You should be having breakfast. What the hell?
Yeah, I'll have lunch. I'll have a big lunch.
You better. Okay, I heard some really good pitch movement there, and I didn't hear your resonance dropping with it. I think you did really well there, actually, moving your pitch independently of your resonance. And I wasn't hearing much monotony either. Like, the pitch was moving pretty freely to me. So I think you did a pretty good job there. What do you think?
I think I did a good job. See, I don't know. I guess that's why I'm here.
So, okay. Big thing. I don't want you to tell me if your voice sounds feminine or masculine. Tell me individual things. So we'll just start from the beginning. How do you feel about the weight?
Weight is like the sports announcer versus.
Yeah.
Okay, I do weight pretty good. I think my weight is good.
Cool. How do you feel about the resonance?
I feel like my resonance has a habit of dropping at certain points. Maybe I've gotten over that. I can't tell, but
I'm not noticing many drops.
okay, cool. But okay, then otherwise I would say it's pretty good. Usually I try to drop it a few notches from the highest point that I can do, but
Yeah, I can tell this isn't your absolute max, and that's pretty common. I also drop mine a couple of notches from my max. Pretty normal, yeah. It helps you sound more like an adult. If you
yeah.
go like, if you imagine like no testosterone exposure, that's a child, you know. So yeah. Okie dokie. How do you feel about the combination of the two? Are they in balance with one another? Does it sound full?
I think so. My usual speaking voice, I think, is it's not in the full fem part that you have on the graph. I think it's like a little below that, a little above the middle line.
I think I'd probably put it in the fem quadrant.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
I don't think this sounds hollow at all. I would say it's
Okay.
closer to hollow than like perfect full fem, but like
Mm-hmm.
it's definitely in the fem quadrant. Like it's definitely, this isn't like, if I was to bring things over, it doesn't sound like this right now. This would be like around that line. But like, yeah, it definitely sounds in that quadrant at least. How do you feel about it though? Just in terms of like how does it sound? Do you like it? You know?
I don't know. I think it does sound good when I've noticed that it sounds better when I'm reading off of a script, or like I used to do a lot of tongue twisters as practice for my femme voice. Just because, like, there's a bunch of different ones and they have a bunch of different repeating sounds, so it helps you figure out which ones you struggle with. But I feel like when I talk normally without it, it feels less consistent, and it feels not as like I don't know, like good.
No, you're right. You're right. So this is why I don't have people read and I just have people talk. Because if you get really good at reading, then you'll notice that people have a reading voice. Like if I read chat in my reading voice, or if I just like, my max reading voice, okay? If I, off the top of my head, make up some fairy tale. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there was this wonderful thing that is part of this fairy tale. Do you notice how my voice has pretty drastically changed as I've gone into my reading voice? Because this is me reading right now. So it's a very different way of talking. The pitch pattern changes a lot. The intonation changes a lot. It's a different way of, or for most people at least, it's a different like mode to your voice. It's all the social
Yeah, that
stuff.
makes sense. It's more of like a performance, I guess.
Exactly. It's your performance voice. Same with like phone voice. Like, hi, this is Zara. That's not how I normally talk, you know? So this is why I always encourage people to just talk about something, whether it's talking about your day, talking about the drill you're doing, talking about anything. Just talk. And then the absolute best practice is talk with somebody. If there's somebody that you're comfortable drilling in front of and that like knows what's up, then that's like the best thing. That's why lessons work so well.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, you can just perfect practice in the perfect environment for your voice when you're talking to somebody. Obviously that's less accessible for people though. So just talking is still a very good practice. So yeah, 100% everything you're saying is totally to be expected. If you practiced a lot in your reading voice, then you're probably really good at your reading voice. And that doesn't translate over for normal talking. It's, yeah. So possibly you might want to just practice more. I do think, though, your voice sounds pretty consistent to me. My guess is what's happening is you're probably using more like mental effort, and because it feels harder for you, you're thinking it's less consistent, but you're just actually, even though it's harder for you, you're doing a good job, is my guess. And as you keep using your voice, it will become less and less cognitively burdensome and more just automatic. Yeah. How do you feel about other things in your voice? I mean, I don't really hear any tone mods in your voice. Is there something you're wanting that you don't have, or?
I think I want to try adding fry a bit more, but I don't know. I think I have some fry, but
The word fry there, you used fry.
yeah, it comes out when I use Wise, and I don't know. So I mean, it didn't come out that time
you
though.
Use some
I
fry.
said why.
You use some fry. You use it on your downwards inflections and certain words that you're highlighting. So yeah, you have some fry going on. If you
Okay.
wanted more, you can just add more. It's entirely up to you.
I'm just not good at analyzing my own voice, so this has been really helpful.
Yeah, so this is something that everybody struggles with, and it's the big trap of, is my voice femme enough? It's a shit question, okay? There is no such thing as femme enough voice. You can infinitely make it more femme, okay? And eventually you'll just sound like a child. Break it down. Just as I went through a review, and this applies to everybody, if you're trying to analyze your voice, don't go, is it femme enough? Go, where's the weight at right now? How does that sound? How do I like it? What do I feel about it? What about the resonance? How do I feel about that? Do I like it? Do I want to change it? Are they in balance with one another in a way that I like? So how does the combination of the two sound? How do I feel about it? How do I like it? Is there something you're wanting to add? How do you feel about fry? Do you like it? Do you not? All of those different things. Breathiness. Do you want some of that? Maybe the pitch is something you want to change. Just how do you feel about that? Break down the individual things. It's way, way easier to analyze. It's almost impossible. If I try to analyze, like if I listen back to this recording, and I try to just, is it femme enough? I will never ever say yes. I will try to infinitely feminize my voice. But if I break down the individual elements, I'm happy with the individual elements. So yeah, that's my suggestion on that. Is that
Okay.
useful to you? Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, it really does.
Good.
Last thing, just before I finish and head out,
Go for it.
is do you have any advice on, I guess, going like full time with my voice? I feel like I'm really nervous, going out and using this voice in public, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
So
I can't. I feel like I can't even do it with my family. I could try, I guess, with my partner, but
yeah, this is a really good question. Okay. So firstly, this is an answer that sucks, but it's just a matter of just do it. If you want baby steps,
yeah.
do it in front of your boyfriend, like you said. See how that goes. Try doing it in front of your family. See how that goes. And just steadily in one environment at a time. Now, something you're going to run into, as soon as you start using your voice full time, it's going to feel super difficult to use. And your consistency is going to be everywhere. And you're going to be like, what the fuck? All of these things, I know how to do this. And you just can't do it. Okay? That will go away in time. You might have noticed this in your practicing sometimes. It's kind of like the reading voice versus talking voice we were on about. Any change throws you off, okay? And that includes just changes in your environment. If you always practice in your bedroom and now you're trying to use your voice downstairs, it's going to throw you off because your brain's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I associated this with my bedroom. We're not in the bedroom right now. This is not the right association. All the mental connections I've made are not here right now. So you're just teaching your brain, this isn't a bedroom thing. This is a me talking thing. But your brain's really good at being really efficient and really lazy. So it's going to be like, oh, it's a bedroom downstairs thing. Oh, it's a boyfriend thing. Oh, it's a boyfriend and family thing. Oh, it's a boyfriend and family and school thing. Until eventually it realizes, oh, this is a whenever we're talking thing. takes time for that to happen and for everything to just be fully automatic wherever you go. For me, it took about 2 months. The first 2 weeks were bad. It was very inconsistent and very rough. But it got better, and it's just you just got to stick it through. There is no way to make it easier on yourself. It just power through. Allow a little bit of awkwardness in your life. It gets better, I promise. It gets better quickly. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right. Thank you so much.
yeah, you're super welcome. I know that sucks as an answer, but just gun through it. You will get there. I
Kind of
promise.
the answer I was expecting to have to listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're super welcome.
Bye bye.
Bye now. Okay, anybody else? Anybody else want to go? Or have we got through everybody? Is that the last person?
Hello.
Hello, how can I help you?
I would be happy to have my sound and voice in Jack
Yeah, okay.
because
Your
okay.
I don't know if it's your mic or something. You're very, very like mumbly. It's difficult to hear you. I think it's your mic. Can it be further away
Yeah.
from your mouth, maybe?
Yeah, and I'm on my phone and my phone isn't great.
Oh, okay. I can barely make you out. Are you able to get to something with a microphone?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. Here's what we're gonna do.
Okay,
First,
I understand.
it's okay. First, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick because I really need the toilet, and then I'm just gonna do my best to give you some feedback. So I'll be right back, and then we're gonna do our best. Okay? All right. See you in a sec. Fab. Okie dokie. Yeah, this isn't a phone microphones thing, by the way. So like, if anybody's trying to use their phone for recordings, like that's totally fine. It's a Discord thing. They do a bunch of like things to your voice and make it sound shit for some reason. On
Oh my
mobile.
god.
Like they add a bunch of compression. They dial up the gain. I don't know why you would do both of those things, and it massively impacts the voice. But we'll do our best. I'm a professional. I can tune those things out. I can do this. All right. How
Yeah.
can I help you?
To be honest, I hear how my voice sounds on your stream, and it sounds really, really different. I just
I'll do my
wanted
best.
to.
Don't worry.
Yeah, but I understand the quality of the sound is really important. I just wanted to ask to grade my voice and have some follow-up questions, but I understand if it might be impossible.
No, we can do it. We can do it. I can tune the other things out. I'm used to this, so it's okay. Okay then. So in terms of difficult to just rate your voice, I need something more specific. Are we talking are we talking like weight stuff? Are we talking resonance stuff? What specifically?
No, just overall quality. Do I pass with my voice? Because I have, I don't know, really strong resentment from my own voice, and I resent it.
Yeah,
And
so
I don't know if they found it
go on.
and I don't really know if it's founded. I'm lacking an English word here.
No, that's fine. You don't know if it's founded. You don't know if it's like a based in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, difficult question for me to answer. I can't. So you're asking me, has your voice reached your goal? And the problem with that question is the goal's up to you. I can't really decide that for you. So I can't really tell you if it's there yet, because yet is your decision. I can't, without being a mind reader, I can't tap into your brain and be like, oh, that's what the target is. That's the goal. So
Okay,
it's difficult.
so let me rephrase my question, because my goals are, as you said earlier, I can always feminize my voice until it will become a children's voice. And would my voice raise eyebrows, I don't know, in the shop, if I presented like a normal female or just female? I'm sorry.
Again, hard question to answer. The problem is these overall analyses are always going to be basically impossible questions to answer. This is why I say break it down. So I'm hearing a raised larynx. I'm hearing a brighter resonance. I'm hearing a light vocal weight. They sound reasonably full. I think they're reasonably in balance. But how do you feel about these individual elements? How do you feel about your larynx height, for example, for resonance?
To be honest, I have that problem that sometimes I need to go to my previous voice, and I think it throws my practice, or not in practice, just just speaking day to day in female voice. It just throws it somewhat out, and then I have some problem hearing myself speaking. And I don't know if it's founded or it's just my imagination.
I think the problem here is are you finding that that's an issue when you break it down, even on the level of just larynx height? Just that very specific thing. Do you still have the issue of not being able to tell?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing from you is a lot of when I listen to my voice, it's hard for me to know if it's a passing voice or if it's a not passing voice, or if it sounds feminine enough. And the problem is this is such a broad analysis that the question becomes unanswerable. So rather than going for such a broad question, you really need to focus on individual things. So think about just the weight on its own, ignoring everything else. How do you feel about that one thing on its own? And then the same question for the resonance or larynx height, whichever word you want to use for it. Just that thing on its own, ignore everything else. How do you feel about that one thing on its own? And try to really break down individual elements. Yeah? So just one individual element. How do you feel about it? Resonance could be the example here.
That may help. And I don't know if it's somewhat of a meta question, but I tend to learn by mimicking people. It seems way more easier for me. I will admit that when you are talking with previous people, I try to mimic your voice and to somewhat gouge my voice, if I can speak like that. Is it a good way or a bad way?
So mimicking, if it works for you, is fine. It has issues in that one, it's just very difficult to do. Now, again, difficult to do, but if you manage it, then that's not a problem then, because you did it. But it also comes with this issue of it makes it hard to analyze individual things. So if you're running into an issue where, because of dysphoria and stuff like that, you're finding it hard to say, did I reach my goals? Then I would say try to go back and just play with the drills I've given you earlier today in this workshop and see those individual elements and listen to just for resonance and just for weight and go through each of those one at a time and see how you feel about each of them individually. You might need to practice them a little bit, not to be good at them individually, but to hear them. So you might need to practice like distinguishing just resonance on its own changing. But again, as you get good at that, that's probably going to help you with your analysis, because then you're going to be able to say, just this one thing, how do I feel about it? It's a lot simpler to do. How does that sound?
Okay. To be honest, that sounds really straightforward, but it's pretty different hearing it from somebody else. So thank you. It really makes sense.
You're super welcome. Yeah, I know it's annoying not being able to told, does it pass or not? But unfortunately, that kind of feedback is just, one, it's just not very helpful to people because it doesn't actually give you any like information. There's nothing actionable there. To be actionable, you need to know like what would be changed or not changed.
Yeah.
And like two, it's kind of like not up to me, you know, because it's your voice, it's not my voice. So like your goals are your goals. You have to decide that for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, I really love your answer.
Good. I'm glad you like the answer. That's the correct. That's the correct outcome. Perfect. Fab. Okie dokie. All right. Well, good luck with that. I think you can do a really good job of that. All right. Who's next? Or would any of you like to go next? Just getting some feedback on your voice, or getting some like answering any questions. We might be getting to the end of things now.
I could go.
Yeah, go for it.
Hello.
Hi. How can I help you?
This is how I normally talk. I've been talking this for a pretty long time. Not necessarily working on this voice. I do hear myself though. Do you have
Oh,
feedback?
yeah, sorry. I forgot to... There you go.
Oh, yeah. Then I do work on a different voice or a different, shouldn't say different voice, but pitch range. So, like I would speak up here instead, but it's, one thing I notice is it gets very strained over time, and I'm still struggling finding a balance to reduce tension and get more used to the higher pitch ranges. Where like I normally talk in a very low pitch, so like I've been. I guess the feedback I more want is tips on making it easier to stay in higher pitches as a default, so that I can work on increasing my pitch range. That's the
Okay.
gist of it.
So, as a general answer to that question, I'm saying reduce weight as you go to higher pitches to make it easier. However,
Yeah.
I actually don't think that's your issue. Can you tell me more about this strain thing? Where are you feeling it? How does it feel? Give me as much information as you can on it.
Okay, let's see. Well, now I don't feel it because I just talked to this like only now. But normally it's let's see, I can tense it on purpose. It's I don't know how to describe it. It is very far up the throat, like just under the chin. It's easy to engage if you think like like there in that area. If you do that kind of thing where you close.
Yep.
Yeah. So think that. And also think if you swallow, you kind of engage a lot of muscles. I feel like some of those might engage, but not on purpose.
Yep.
And the only thing I can really do is try to pay attention and try to relax them. But sometimes end up like overthinking it, and I start tensing even when I'm not even talking because I'm overthinking how I'm doing it. So that's a little bit of how's it going and such.
Yeah, okay. I know exactly what your issue is. Who's heard of OPC? Oropharyngeal constriction.
I know about OPC.
Yeah, cool. So, that's what's tense.
I don't know how to do OPC though, on purpose anyways.
Sure. So basically you have a slight conflation. Because I was wondering when you did your pitch thing, you did a lot more than just pitch there. You had a whole resonance shift, and you even like shifted vowels and stuff.
Yeah, that's the from when someone else did like a hello, hello, and so like I mimic that, and but normally when I go pitch, I don't necessarily do that. I just get there quickly. Normally I would do like going from a low to slightly higher to slightly higher, and then like it gets pretty easy to just get a little lighter, and see, and here it's pretty balanced, but the tension comes in regardless if I do from this direction or from the other direction. It's about the
Yeah,
same.
so do you notice the other thing that's moving with your pitch? It's only a small
I
amount.
mean,
but if you
resonance will
notice-
always move with pitch. That's a conflation of its own.
Not necessarily. So, intuitively, we will often move resonance and pitch, but they're actually completely unrelated and can be moved completely independently of one another. So,
I
for
know
example,
this,
okay.
but there is a conflation in between them, which is what happens that I know of.
Yeah, so you definitely have a conflation there. And I think specifically, I don't think it's your larynx stuff. I think you have a pharyngeal conflation. So I think you're tensing, and we're not doing normal OPC. Instead, you're just tensing the muscle, okay? I think you're tensing the muscle. You're getting some OPC as well, but it's mainly just a tension thing. You're mixing OPC with those higher pitches. So what can we do about this? Firstly, it seems like you had a little bit of control just before because you were trying to increase it. So there's a few different ways we can do this. One, do way more of it. Lean into the issue. Like, can you make that strain like 10,000 times stronger?
Sure, I can make the tension stronger here without actually trying to engage any OPC. Kind of it's like a little weird. Yeah, like this. It doesn't actually change the sound all too much. Like I can
Are
do
you feeling
this.
the
It's still
strain
tension.
change a lot though? Like, do you feel it?
Yeah, the strain is still there. Like I can release the strain and the sound doesn't really change. Much at least. Like maybe it feels like a little less forced, but
Okay, good.
yeah.
So if we can control the strain, then that's a huge step. That's like 80% of this. So if you can already do that, that's sick. Okay,
I can do
Now
it
let's
somewhat.
raise that pitch.
Like let's say, like I can tense it really hard and I can release some of it, but not all of it. Makes sense.
Got you. Okay, so part of that is just going to be practicing that and practicing tensing and removing as much as you can, and then tensing and removing as much as you can, and repeat that over and over again for like a couple of minutes and just practice.
And then rest, I hope, so I don't overdo it.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Big rest periods. Don't do this for more than
What's the
like a
second
minute
part?
or two.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi,
Well,
I'm just
that
going
would be the
through
second
somebody's
part.
feedback right now, but I'll happily give you some feedback afterwards.
Okay.
Yes, so, person giving feedback to you right now, if you could mute, and then if you want to join, we can do it. You can be next if you want to. Yeah, so if we can have, all right, you were saying higher pitches were where it becomes more of a thing. So try going up to that higher pitch and then try controlling it. See what happens.
I don't know how I should go, or if I should go too quickly. I am gonna pull up a spectrogram just to see roughly where I'm at, because I'm
gonna say-
struggle a little.
No, spectrogram's cheating. Use your
No.
ears.
Okay, and then I'm gonna do a. And this is like pretty fucking high, so I don't think I wanna go higher. Maybe I should. Should I go
Yeah,
higher?
no, I think that's fine. That's pretty high. That's pretty darn high. Okay,
Okay.
do you have that strain right
So-
now?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, can you go more? Can you go like double it? Or like max out?
Okay. I mean, this is about as much I can do without completely ruining the voice and so tensing it.
Yeah, that's
but
okay.
here.
That's okay. That's okay. And then start removing it. Flora, would you mind? Oh, perfect. Thank you.
And then I did remove some of it, so it's better. I can
Good.
kind of
How do we feel
feel
about
it
this?
in my throat still.
Sorry, was that you can feel it in your throat still?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
not as
so it's
much
just
as
gonna be a
I know
matter of
Max tense it, but
back and forth and start removing it.
okay.
This is because it's like right inside. It's a very difficult one to like. You just have to learn control to be able to remove it. But as you gain that control, you'll eventually get it. Like we can't cheat or we can't do cool things of like massaging it or occupying it with something else or doing those things because like it's right in there. Like you can't touch it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say though. Like, I don't know.
Another thing we can try that
Speaking-
might help is I want you to use this sentence, okay? This is going to help relax and expand your oropharynx a bit. This is
Okay.
technically going to masculize it a small amount, a very small amount. It'll barely be noticeable, but you can always bring the OPC element of it back in after you've relaxed, okay?
For now, I don't care about gender, just
Yeah?
detention. So what's the...
Yeah, so the exercise is literally, I want the sentence, or speaking from or. You should feel everything expand as you go for that. Or speaking from or.
speaking from ah.
Good.
Speaking from ah.
And
I
now
feel like it's a tension in there because ah is like a very bright vowel still.
try, okay,
Ah. Okay, no, that's better.
minus for P.
Ah, speaking from ah.
Think of the word
think
paw,
P?
okay?
Paw.
But without the p. Or speaking from or.
Like a British paw, like paw.
Yeah. Sorry, I forget the accent sometimes.
Paw. Okay, paw. They're just like paw.
So then take that into a, remove the P.
Paw.
Or speaking from or. You're adding OPC to it. Don't add the OPC to it, okay? Try to relax.
It's
and
automatic.
So yeah, technically, we can just
automatic.
force some OPC into it. Like if I go like, pa, I have a ton of OPC right now. But if I just try to relax things and I allow the paw to take its full darkness, okay?
Paw.
Paw. Yeah, you're getting it now.
Paw. Okay.
But really large, it'll be a large oral space, it'll be a large OPC.
Like an owl.
Or OPE, it would be oropharyngeal expansion.
Like an owl noise.
Oh, yeah, sure, I can take an owl noise. I'll take that. Oh, not that owl noise. The R is what is sounding better than the owl noise. Okay. So have a play with that. That should and go into a sentence. Okay. So speaking from R, and then try to take that into your normal talking. It'll probably be a bit weird to do and a bit odd, but give that a go.
God, I hate when people interrupt. What did you say?
Oh,
Was
me?
it real life interruption?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's fine. Don't worry. Sorry. So take that R, speaking from R, and then take that into some talking. It'll sound a little bit darker. Don't worry, and it might be difficult to like control things when you're first doing it, but play with that a little bit.
Speaking of but like I don't know what to say, so I just like I need like a sentence, something to say. I can just say this and this talk. I don't know.
That was a whole bunch of sentences. I'll take that.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. Obviously, I'm hearing that you're finding things a bit weird to do, which is giving me a clue that it's sounding correct. I can hear that larger oral space. How is this affecting the strain?
I think I start tensing my mouth a little bit instead. I don't
Okay.
know why.
Instead, as in the other thing is gone?
I don't know. Is it gone? Wait. Paw. Open the crate, but don't break the glass. Oak is strong and also gives shade. Cats and dogs each hate the other. I guess sort of, but not really, not fully.
Okay. Does sort of mean some of it has gone,
Better.
but not much? Or...
Better, but not gone, yeah.
Okay. Practice then. Okay. So, practice that, and I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. As you get good at it, and as you remove that strain, so use both of those different things as different ways to explore it, okay? gaining just good control on its own, to help you to like turn it on and off whenever you want to, but also using that exercise to help you like learn what off is like. Okay. Or get moving in that direction at the very least.
Yeah.
Also, once you achieve this and once that strain's gone, it's going to move. Okay. And based on the feedback you just gave me, it's probably going to move somewhere else in your mouth. Whack-a-mole. Strain moves, you find where it's moved to, you start removing from there, it moves again, you remove it from there, and eventually your brain realizes like, oh, I want like no strain. Oh, now I get it. And you have no strain left because you've gone through all the different options until your brain is like, okay, I get it now.
Had that, because I've had different kinds of strain for like a long time, so that makes sense. It just moves around,
Super, super common. I find for most people, the magic number's 3. I've not had a student yet that's needed to like go through 3 different strains, but you could totally be somebody that has that. In theory, there's like loads of different. So just keep whack-a-mole until eventually you win. It's annoying, but like, yeah.
I do know the concept. Like, you're not supposed to feel your voice in general, so I have
exactly.
an okay foundation. I think it just introduces itself when you try to do extreme sounds that you're not yet comfortable doing, and so.
Yeah, that's super typical. That's exactly when most people have their strain. It's not just the extremity of the sound. It's more like the extremity in your ability. So you're doing something weird. You haven't played with it very much before. You don't really know what you're doing with it. Your brain is like, it's somewhere over here, and just like shotgun sprays and all of these things tense up.
It's like you know how to walk, but you're just learning how to bike or something, or maybe you never swam before. It feels like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. With practice, you'll get there. Yeah, it's just the annoying slow grind of practicing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're super welcome. Fab. All right. Darjan, thank you for being here. Thank you for being in chat. I will see you next time. That's someone for YouTube chat, for people wondering. Okay, who's next? Would anybody else?
Hello.
Hello, how can I help you?
So I kind of like, I wanted to reach like a really hyper femme voice. Like, I don't know.
Okay. Give me specifics. What elements are we trying to tweak?
Okay, so I'm trying to tweak. Okay, I'm trying to get like really, really, really high. Okay, like do you know like Ziana Evers?
Yeah, Ziana from Trans Voice Lessons.
Yeah, from Trans Voice Lessons. Like, okay, her voice before she like kind of made it like less like feminine, like from her like really early kind of videos. I don't like her voice, so like, I don't know what qualities that would be. Like, I guess like really high resonance, I suppose. Like some other qualities, but I can't like get like really high resonance without like sounding like really weird. Like, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely help you. Oh, sorry. Yep, I can totally help you with this. Effie, I tried to heart your thing and my Discord freaked out. So imagine I just gave you a heart emoji. So what she added to her voice was a huge amount of OPC. Okay, so
What's
she
that?
went from oropharyngeal constriction. Or oropharyngeal closure is how a lot of us call it, because we avoid the word constriction because it makes people think constriction. It's not strain, okay? Is the point there. So, in the back of your mouth, specifically, you have, okay, little anatomy lesson. We've got a larynx, that's that box of cartilage there. Your larynx connects up to the same tube where your food tube is, okay? You have like, here's the food tube, meets up with the larynx, okay? And the larynx just like kind of connects to it, okay? And you close that off when you swallow so you don't choke. That bit where the larynx connects is called the pharynx, okay? So the pharynx is think of it as like a connecting point. So you have the pharynx, and then you have the nasal pharynx, if we're going that way. Oropharynx, if we're going that way. We have a laryngeal pharynx, no? Laryngopharyngeal, some combination of words larynx and pharynx going that way, or the pharynx just connects down to the esophagus for swallowing food.
Yeah.
So that's what's up with that. You can play with this pharynx, okay? If you tighten it and you make it smaller, it brightens your voice. So right now, I have a little bit
Yeah,
of
I know,
not
like, I
much.
can, like,
Go for it.
I can, like, kind of go kind of like here.
That's
It's
a
like,
ton of
I don't know,
OPC, yeah?
it sounds like really bad. Like, it doesn't sound natural.
Yeah, so that's a lot of OPC. Wow, well done. Okay, that's like even beyond what Ziana was doing, okay? So like,
Yeah.
knock it back like 20%. See where that takes you.
Hello?
Can you knock it back a bit more?
Hello?
Okay. Give me, tell me about what you've been up to today.
So today I just woke up because I'm in Australia. Like it's like 7 a.m. I know.
Bit more OPC back in. Keep going.
I know, so I like woke up today and like I kind of like talked to my friends on Discord and like, yeah.
Okay, I know what's happening. So the reason that you're having some struggle there is you're actually very, very good at going like crazy with your OPC. That's a ton of OPC when you go to the max there. Like your, how can I even go that much? This is me going about my maximum OPC, and this is like sounding more childlike. And you're going a little bit further than even I've learned to go because I haven't explored the like maximum OPC because like I don't use it much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're getting to like a little bit more than is in my voice right now. So for Ziana's voice, it would be more like let me just picture her voice for a minute. Hi, this is your girl Z. Okay, so she has about this much OPC. This is about halfway to my max. It's probably maybe like a third of your max. So like, yeah, have a little play with this and see how that feels. The other thing I'm hearing in your voice is while you're good at turning it on, your OPC isn't very consistent. So throughout the span of a sentence, you'll go from like maximum OPC to like almost dropped off entirely. So,
Yeah.
So practice, and also let's see if we can get you to like. Let's see if we can get you. We'll start off getting good. Like, do it in steps. So I want you to like, yeah, do like a little no OPC or like very little OPC, and then a little bit more and a bit more. And go to your max in steps. Okay.
Because
See how
with
many
like
steps
really
you can do
little
it in.
OPC, would very little OPC be this? Or
Yeah,
okay.
sounds good.
Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4. When the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act as a prism for the rainbow. The rainbow's
Okay,
divisional white light.
pause. You're very good at your rainbow passage, so we're not going to use a rainbow passage. It's too easy for you.
Okay.
Yeah, rainbow passage is going to be too easy for you because you practiced it too many times.
Yeah.
Let's go for. I've obviously dropped all my OPC because I'm going to my normal voice. Yeah, let's go for. What are your plans for the rest of today?
What my plans are what?
Sorry, what are your plans for the rest of today after this?
The plans for the rest of today are to probably go out like a little bit and like shop for some things, like things to Kmart and like probably going to like the groceries. And then what do you think? I don't know, probably like go on a walk and stuff. And yeah.
Okay, cool. So you had a little bit of a drop off there when you said walk and stuff, but you brought it back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to be your first bit of homework. Just practice it. And the second thing is going to be practice moving it slowly and practice individual points. So like move it to halfway and then practice that. Move it to quarter way, practice that. Move it to 3/4, practice that. And try to break it up as much as you can so that you can really have like the choice.
Yeah.
And then just play with it. See what you prefer the sound of. Somewhere in there is what you're targeting if we're going for that Ziana from Trans Voice Lessons
No,
voice?
I don't know, like I think like okay, like when I do that, like when I like really overfill my voice, like it sounds like really nasally and stuff. I don't know. Is that just me?
So overfilling your voice is going to be more weight. And a lot of people are going to hear something that sounds kind of nasally. It's not actually anything to do with your nasal cavity, but
Yeah.
a lot of people perceive something that they think sounds nasally from having like a lot of overfullness, which comes from a lot of extra weight. This is like totally opposite though, because we're going to a brighter voice from that constriction. I'm not hearing any like over fullness coming into your voice.
And I feel like a bit of nasality, and it's not obviously not nasality, but like I don't know, I like
Like when I go here, I feel like when I like kind of like try to like use this voice, it kind of like has this like quality of like I don't know if it's just me, but I hear this like nasality.
Okay, I'm going to quiz you a little bit. Does it sound like the nose is a little bit stuffed? Does it sound?
yeah, it does.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Stuffed nose, so we're talking hyponasality, the lack of nasality. So there's a normal amount of nasality, and we're under that. Okay, what I want you to do is it's going to be similar to what we did before. We're going to control it, okay? I did hear a tiny bit in your voice as well, which is why I went for that one first, because I was like, oh, it's probably this one. What we're going to do, we're going to, can you go way more hyponasal? Like way more stuffed nose? Like you kind of ending up sounding like this with nose is totally stuffed.
Hello.
I'm not hearing much
Like,
stuff
is
in
this like
those.
more nasal?
I'm hearing a lot of OPC. I'm not hearing more hyponasal. Really like stuffed nose. Like if you want to know the maximum, it sounds like this if you go absolute maximum, okay? Because this is like the most hyponasal that's possible. Because obviously you just close off the nasal cavity entirely. Difficult to
I
just
try to
do
close
that,
off my.
but we're
I'm
going
trying
in
to
that
close off my
direction.
nasal cavity. Is
So
this
say
like
that
kind of nasally?
That's more
Is this
nasal,
kind of
yeah.
nasally? Okay.
Better. It'll sound like you're ill, like you've got a stuffed nose.
Ill.
I'm like
Hello?
kind of ill right now, and I got like a really stuffed nose right now.
I'm kind of ill right now, and I got a stuffed nose.
Okay, good. That's good. Now try to remove some of that.
I'm like less sick now. I don't know.
Keep going.
I'm like less sick now.
Okay, good. We have some control there. You're gonna need to practice it though, because I can hear you struggle a bit. So just, it's gonna be the exact same as the last person with as Effie. Hyponasal, normal. Or you're closest to normal. Hyponasal, back to closest to normal, and just keep going to gain that control. And this is your practice. This is your bit of homework. Practice that, turning the hyponasal as maximum as you can, like really go as far as you can of it, and then take away as much as you can. And the idea is, as you get more control, those are going to go out. So you're going to be able to add more, and you're going to be able to take away more. Keep going until you're able to take away as much as you need to.
Really sick, I guess. Like really nasally. And then like when I remove that, is it like that or?
Yeah, so there's a small, you do have a conflation there with your OPC. So try to either stay without like significant OPC change, or stay with maximal OPC change, or like whatever. Just try to keep that OPC like as consistent as you can.
Okay. So, wait.
Yeah, this is where it's gonna get confusing.
Cause you know, like it really conflates the two, because like I don't know, like nasality can like sound like really like similar, like you know, like when it comes to those two, like so I'm kind of like confused. Okay.
Yeah, so it kind of sounds
really-
similar. Just to pause you real quick, it kind of sounds similar. It's not. There are actually very, very different sounds. Like again, if I just give you the maximum of both, this is hyponasality, absolutely maxed out to literally the maximum that's possible. This is OPC. Do you hear how this is a very, very different sound to this sound right now? Yeah, so they are actually very different sounds. Your problem though is because you have a conflation between the two, it's going to be really difficult for you to start to separate them.
Yeah.
But that is the process here. You just need to start separating them. the two methods you can go for, basically, for removing this conflation. One of them has to stay the same, and the other one has to move. That's how you start separating them. I'm moving you towards keep the OPC the same, and the nasality moving, because that's the one we're wanting gone. But really, you could do either way around. Yeah, does that make sense?
Okay, so let me try to keep like my OBC the same, and like I'll make it really really nasally, really like is that like nasally or like
Yeah, that's nasally. That's nasally.
okay, that's like pretty nasally, and then like when I remove that, it's like when I remove that, it's like I don't know. Wait, did I keep it the same
I'm still
or
hearing about nasally. You removed some of the OPC.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Was that what you meant to do, or do you mean to do the other way around?
Yeah, I just went back to my normal voice.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's you gaining some control there and separating the two. So it's just gonna be a matter of practicing that now. Just practice the ever living heck out of it. Expect this to be kind of tricky for you because like really cemented conflations like that, especially when we don't have a drill for it, because these tone mods we don't really have good drills for. To some extent, but that would just help you move OPC, and that's not what I'm going for. Yeah, nasality one is more of a mimicry one. Just keep practicing it. Maximal
okay, so
and then
I
minimal.
think sorry. I think I got the hang of it. So, is this like a lack of nasality?
Yeah, I'm not hearing any hyponasality. We've got normal
Okay.
nasality now.
Okay, this is like really nasally, and this is like a lack of nasality. I don't know. I think I kind of
Yeah, I
got
think you
all of
kind of
it.
went back and forth between them a little bit there. I think you can
Okay.
practice it more because I think you're struggling a bit. But you're getting there, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're super welcome. So keep practicing that. It's going to be really hard. Keep practicing it.
I haven't really like I don't know if it's like a okay, I have a last question. Like what's like okay, I don't know if it's really bad to ask, but like what's like the most like femme you could do? Like I'm kinda curious.
That I can do?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay, one sec. I don't practice this very often, so. Okay, this is like the absolute most I could possibly go for. If I guess I could, yeah, I mean, I've got quite a lot of OPC right now. I've got like a very, very
my
light
God.
vocal weight. To me, this sounds more childlike. And I guess you could decide whether it sounds more childlike to you. But yeah, this is me bringing things to about the maximum I could typically do. If I don't like use drills or anything, it's not something I practice very often because I don't use this like super hyper feminine. We could do other things that I wouldn't really want people to do, but we could do some other things to like really max it out. So like if I add like a whole bunch of smiling to it, that's going to help as well. Obviously, this comes with the extra issue of like now I'm forced to always be smiling. So if I'm at a funeral right now, it's not going to be so great. But this is going to like maximally feminize things. Yes, that's probably like my max.
Oh my god, and also like this is kind of like okay, this is like kind of random. Like okay, this is like so like this is okay, this is just the funsies part. Like do you wanna hear like my most like masculine voice? Like compared to
over here somewhere?
like I can go pretty masculine and stuff. Like yeah, so I kind of like work my way up there and stuff and like
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that's a good hyper masculine.
Yeah.
Keep practicing. I think you have like some decent control of your voice as well. I don't know how long you've been doing this for, but it sounds like you're picking up control decently well. So long as you keep that practice up, I think you'll be all right with this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. To answer Nat's question, OPC, you have anatomy again. Think of this as like the crossroads, okay? We have the pharynx, so you've got your larynx, that goes up into your pharynx, okay? The laryngopharynx, into the pharynx main. The pharynx then splits off into the oropharynx, the mouth pharynx, oral, okay? Oropharynx, or the nasopharynx, okay? The nasal cavity connecting with the pharynx, okay? Nasocavity, or it goes down the fourth option of the food hole, okay? So down to your esophagus. So laryngopharynx, pharynx, oropharynx, nasopharynx. The pharynx itself just goes down to the esophagus. Okay? Now, remember earlier we said vocal tract size brightens voice, wherever it is. The larynx is what's spare and available because we're not using it for talking. There's also the oropharynx, okay? Back of your mouth. It's going to be very difficult for me to show you right now, but let me grab you the GIF real quick.
Hey, Zaras.
Hi, just give me 1 second.
Yeah, okay.
People in my Discord, you've seen it before. I think the others have all finished up. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, yeah, so that's what it looks like. You can see that arch in the back of his mouth or back of his throat. Don't worry about the like sticky outy bits. So his uvula is also sticking out a whole bunch because that comes in as the same behavior. And he has just some protrusions at like just in front of his oropharynx. Again, don't worry about that. It's the arch right at the back. That's the thing that's moving. That's your oropharynx. So if you constrict that will give you an extra bit of brightness. But it just gives you an extra bit. The main thing is always going to be your larynx. It gives you like an extra like 10 to 5%. Not oropharynx, oropharynx. Freaking Talia. Trying to confuse people. Yeah, O-R-O. Okay, somebody was speaking there. I wanted some feedback. How can I help you?
Yeah, I talked with you before and have a more general question. I think that most of us struggle with laughing. How do you...
Yeah, laughing's a difficult one. Apologies. Yes, okay. Questions. Firstly, are you using your voice full time yet?
Most of the time. And as I said before, I tend to mimic other people. And what I saw in different people around me is when they are laughing, they are just relaxed. And women tend to just raise their pitch way higher than, for example, I am able to do. And I feel mostly uncomfortable trying to laugh, and it's something like a chuckle than laughing out loud.
Yeah, so most people, when they laugh, increase their pitch a whole bunch. I wouldn't necessarily say it's just women. Okay. There's a few things. So the pitch obviously goes up with a laugh. And also the main things are going to be keeping all of the modifiers from your feminine voice through that laugh, which is difficult because a laugh is very unconscious. There's a lot of things that are just very, very automatic that you aren't controlling because laughter happens to you. It's not something that you actively just do. Like, you probably can't consciously do a normal laugh because it just happens. That makes things really difficult for practicing it. Are
there some practices?
Yeah, like a few things you could be thinking about. One, it is just maintaining the same things, but in the laugh. Okay? Two, practicing is going to be difficult. That's why I asked how much you're using your voice already. Because if you get to the point where you're using your voice automatically, like you don't even think, like for me, it's just as easy for me to use my masculine voice as my feminine voice. Maybe slightly easier the feminine voice now, because I use this every day, all the time. So I don't think about it at all. And because I've built that muscle memory, it stays there when I laugh because it's just always there. I have to consciously turn off fem voice. So to some extent, just using your voice all the time will feminize your laugh, as well as like other things that are just automatic. If you want to practice it though, the best you can do is just try to laugh and try to feminize that laugh. It won't be a perfect laugh, but it will at least start training your brain to be like ready for it. Okay? So like, just try to laugh and try
Yeah,
to keep
but
those things in the laugh. It's going to be difficult because you're probably not going to be used to it. But in terms of the actual modifications, it's all the same stuff. Yeah?
yeah, but to be honest, the biggest problem is, I think, the psychological one, because if you're laughing freely, you just pull out everything you have. You just don't think about anything. You just laugh, and it's hard to be self controlling yourself and realistically laughing, if you know what I mean. Because when you think about it and try to laugh, at least in my mind, it sounds really fake. And do you have any tips how to overcome that psychological blockade?
Yes, it's just going to be practice. And like you're at first, certainly, like they're going to sound like fake laughs. And that's just going to be what's up. And just do your best to at least feminize the fake laughs so that you have it in your mind that when we laugh, we're going to be trying to do a feminization thing. So it's not necessarily that we're not feminizing the laugh, but we're practicing feminizing something that's trying to be a laugh so that we're like having that memory in the back of our mind to feminize the laugh when it comes. So when you feel the laughter coming on, your brain's already be like, oh, get those feminization things in. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, it does. Somehow, you just train your brain to work subconsciously
Kinda. It's more
instead
like you
of
train yourself
consciously.
to,
Yeah,
in the moments before the subconscious thing takes over, consciously, it's going to come to mind, okay? You're going to like remember, oh, make sure these things are in here, okay? So you're preparing before the laugh has started. Obviously, all of that's happening in like half a second or something because you've remembered, you've brought your posture, and then the laugh has started. It's like interaction between conscious and unconscious.
yeah, because that seems for me the hardest part of
Yeah.
voice feminization and the both of it.
Yeah, it is the
At least
hardest
for me.
part. It is 100% the hardest thing to do. Yawns, laughs, coughs, all of these things that are unconscious, that just happen to you instead of you doing them, they're the hardest thing to do. Again, for some people, it will just come automatically as they habituate their voice because it just habituates across everything and they never stop doing it. If that doesn't help you with your laugh, then it's just hard work and a lot of practice. So yeah, my homework for you is it's going to be a fake laugh. It's the best you can manage. Just best you can manage, do a laugh and hold that feminization through it. If you hear it drop, bring that feminization back to continue laughing, okay? And literally just do your best to be like, and just do your best with it. Yeah.
Okay, that's a really helpful tip.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Expect this to be difficult and a long process, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, anybody else?
Is it okay if I
hi,
go
Tanya.
next? Okay, so as you know, I've I really don't want to drop, so I'm focusing.
That's okay.
I really want to I've been experimenting with larynx height and oh no, screw this. Okay, I've been experimenting with larynx height and what else? And whispering as well. And wait, is this on YouTube?
Yes, we're currently live on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Talia, you're in my
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
no, I'm just saying you're in my Discord if you want to. You are fully welcome to ask me about this later if you need to, and I'll absolutely come to you.
Yeah, sure. All right, thanks.
If that's helpful for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. And again, that extends to anybody. If you're not wanting to speak on stream, just head over to my Discord, shoot a message somewhere in voice discussion or something, or submit a clip into clip feedback, and I'll absolutely help you out. If that helps you. Okay, anybody else? Excuse me. Is that no one else? One of my Discords is just crashed.
Actually, I'll try and do it now. So,
Yeah, go for it.
um, because my voice is already there, so I guess there's nothing I can do about it. But um, so two things I've been experimenting with are a larynx height and also what was the other one? Oh yeah, whispering too. So like you know what, I'll just do it in my male voice because I've been to a protest today and like my voice has been
Yeah,
not
you're
great.
fine.
So
Don't worry. Don't worry.
anyway, so like the two things I'm experimenting with are larynx height and whispering because those two things I never tried before because you know there was the era when mimicry was like the big thing, but like now I'm going back to the drawing board and seeing what I can do from there.
Yeah.
Um, so I was like one question I had was so when I was whispering I was able to get a sound that I was really like I was able to control the inflections much more easier.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you remember I had like a camp voice which I'm not going to demonstrate
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that had like some interesting inflections. I don't even know if I'm using the right word for it,
That's okay.
but like that combined with like the whispering, I was able to get like a nice, like I was able to get my lines quite high. Like when I fit my throat, it was like I could hear this resonance change. But
Mm-hmm.
my only problem was just that well, I haven't tried practicing as much, but it was like voicing that into what do you call it? From whisper into like actual sound.
Yeah. So okay, you're doing the whisper exercise, and you're struggling to
Yeah.
take it into talking, into
When I'm
phonation.
struggling, it's more like the same quality that I have when I whisper, like the same sound quality. Like I want that like to be there when I'm like not whispering.
Yeah. Sure. So yeah, very typical difficulty. It sounds like what you're telling me is you're probably having like a drop on the vocal onset. So you're going like cheese, where it then drops
Something
off
like
a
that,
bit.
yeah.
Yeah, is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do? First off, trans voice. You guys might have totally disappeared. I don't know. That Discord has just crashed. Talia. So what you're gonna do? First, can you give me a demo? So give me those cheeses.
Yeah, sure. I'll turn all the noise settings off. So
Mhm.
cheese wait.
Oh, pause real quick. One of your settings is still on. It's either going to be the noise suppression or it's going to be the echo thing.
Oh I can switch it off, yeah.
Yeah. They added a
Yeah,
new
give me a sec.
setting.
That's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, so now we have
Voice
3 things to do.
settings. Cancellation is off now.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. Okay, try again.
Jeez.
Oh, still something going off. Double check. Echo, whatever it's called. Echo cancellation or something. That
Yeah,
should just be
noise
turned
suppression is
off.
on none.
Noise suppression on none.
Air sensitivity is the minimum. Echo cancellation is off as well. Advanced automatic gain controls off. Advanced voice activity is off.
Weird.
I can switch to my laptop. Maybe that might
Are you
help.
just getting quieter as you go brighter?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Try not to do that.
Okay.
No, I'm sure this is your mic because it's totally. I can't hear anything now.
Okay, I'll go into my laptop. My laptop has much better
Okay,
mic.
sure.
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Yeah, no worries. Also, if anybody is Nata, you're here. Has my trans voice just died?
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Is it gone? Is it totally gone? Okay. Balls.
I might be back actually.
Let me see if I can rescue them.
Okay, I saw you change the settings on this as well.
Yeah, no worries.
So videos, input sensitivity, air cancellation. Okay, everything's off.
Nata, would
it
you
better
mind
now?
popping to trans voice real quick and just letting them know that my Discord crashed over there, and that I'm on my way back. Appreciate it.
So is it better now?
Give me some cheeses.
Sure.
Yeah, that's way better now. That's perfect. Okay, and bringing for big cheese and taking it through to phonation.
Okay, sure. So start with big cheese and then little cheese and then
So yeah,
phonate
sorry,
it.
big cheese, little cheese, and then take like a really long like cheese.
Got it. Got it.
Okay.
Cheese, 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 cheese. Wait. Cheese, 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 cheese.
Okay. What did you think of that?
I think that was alright. Like I think larynx did go up a bit, which is good, isn't it? But it's but the weight is still too high. I think.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty good. Give me it again and give me a sentence. Give me like, I don't know, what you've been up to today.
Sure. Okay. Cheese, 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 cheese. So today I went to a protest and it was like, okay.
Yeah, okay. I can tell you exactly what just happened. As soon as you went into talking, you completely dropped it all. And you went back to your default voice. That's what happened. So this is just going to be a practice thing.
Oh, I got it,
Do the cheese thing again, but this time I want you to really focus on that sound as you go into phonation and like have it in your brain and focus on taking that sound into the talking.
Okay, got it. Cheese, 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 cheese. I'm not gonna drop this sound. I'm gonna keep it going.
Yeah, way better. Way better. Okay, sorry, trans voice. My Discord crashed. Okay, so that's your homework. Practice that.
Okay.
And just keep going over it. Okay. Make sure you're doing your best to not have that drop. If you do have that drop, re-drill and then carry on.
Got it. Yeah.
How does that all sound?
Yeah, sounds very good. So yeah, because I was experimenting with whispering and within trans voice and it gave some interesting results. So I definitely will keep practicing the cheese one.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so just keep practicing it. I think you'll do well of it. Fab.
Thank you.
Okie dokie then. All right. I think I'm going to wrap up because I'm very, very sleepy now. But thank you all so much for coming. Again, trans voice. I see what it is. Just Luna left. I'm so sorry that my Discord just crashed. This is one of the issues of having so much shit running all at once. So I can bring this to all of you. But the only way to reduce the load would be to either upgrade my PC, which I don't have money for, or ditch one of the Discords, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, we're just going to have to deal with occasional technical issues for now. But I should check, is the stream still good? Stream's still good. We dropped frames at one point, but we should be okay. So yes, thank you all so much for coming. Thank you to the people that came on the YouTube. Thank you to our troll. I got some troll snipes. It's great. Got a triple kill. Triple kill's pretty good. I'll take it. So yeah, thank you all so much for coming. We do this every single week. So if you want to come next time, then by all means come next time. If you're not in my Discord yet, that's the best place for all my stuff. You should absolutely be heading over there. I teach over there. So if you want private lessons, head over to there. If you want public lessons, they're free. So again, head over to there. Yeah, I think that's everything. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go pass out. Have a lovely rest of your night, rest of your day, whatever time it is for you. And I'll see you all next time. Okay, we'll say bye-bye to YouTube first. YouTube is first to go. Okay, bye-bye YouTube, we love you.